Chapter 91. Jiyu Jingza said, "What if I'm wrong? I'll punish you." With that said, he kissed her lips again. "I'll punish you with a kiss." Lin Che's entire face was red in the evening light. She looked at Jiyu Jingza gloomily. "There's no Jiyu Jingza like you." Jiyu Jingza couldn't help but laugh when he saw how angry she was. His face softened as he looked at her with his lips curled up. Lin Che couldn't help but be stunned. He felt that this kind of smile was really very beautiful. A man who never liked to show his feelings on his face suddenly smiled. It was as beautiful as a god's. Lin Che was in a daze when Jiyu Jingza suddenly moved closer. "Lin Che, why are you staring at me?" Lin Che's gaze froze. "Who's staring at you? Why aren't you staring at me? I can see it clearly." "Why? Do I look good?" Jiyu Jingza moved closer. Lin Che was busy tidying up her expression and didn't notice that Jiyu Jingza had turned his body towards her. There was very little space in the car. Jiyu Jingza had one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the back of the seat behind her. His chest was already sandwiching her in the middle. Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che's expression up close. For a moment, he felt that her face was very delicate. Looking at it up close, he couldn't see any flaws. Instead, it seemed that she was becoming more and more beautiful. Because she didn't put on makeup or anything at home, her creamy skin was so clean that he wanted to lower his head and kiss it. He looked at her, amused. "Tell me, don't I look good?" "You, Jiyu Jingza, you're shameless." "There's no need to be shameless between a husband and wife, right?" Jiyu Jingza looked down at her expression. Lin Che then felt that he was getting closer and closer. Unknowingly, he was already in front of her. Her breasts were almost rubbing against his chest, and her breathing quickened. Jiyu Jingza still asked, "Are you going to tell me or not? Are you staring at me because I look good?" Lin Che felt that she was being pressed down so hard that she couldn't breathe. She shouted, "You look good, you look good, you look the best." Jiyu Jingza was not satisfied. Seeing her perfunctory look, he said, "I don't feel your sincerity at all." "All right, you're the most good-looking, Jiyu Jingza. You're the most handsome man I've ever seen. You're more handsome than any other man." Lin Che hurriedly touched his chest and said. Jiyu Jingza continued asking, "Really? Then tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Jingyu?" Lin Che had never met a man more narcissistic than him. How could he compare himself to his own younger brother? "You look good, okay?" However, it was true that Lin Che thought Jiyu Jingza was better looking. Although Jiyu Jingyu was good looking, she did not have the same temperament as Jiyu Jingza. It was a deep and serene aura that could suck in one's soul just by looking at it. Jiyu Jingza nodded in satisfaction. She had good taste. "Then tell me." He lowered his head and looked at her deeply. He paused and asked, "Then tell me, am I prettier or is Ching prettier?" Lin Che's face stiffened. As smart as Jiyu Jingza was, he quickly noticed the difference. His gaze darkened as he stared unblinkingly at Lin Che. "Tell me." Lin Che understood in his heart that Ching was not as good-looking as Jiyu Jingza. Ching was a big, sunny boy who made people think of him as a prince on a white horse. However, Jiyu Jingza was a knight who always appeared at night when he was needed the most. He was like a hero in people's hearts. However, he had a temperament that could not be seen under the sun. It made people feel gloomy and melancholy, like an impenetrable dark night. He was good-looking and sexy, but it gave off a different feeling. Jiyu Jingza knew it. He grabbed Lin Che's wrist and suddenly pulled Lin Che onto his body. Lin Che couldn't help but let out a cry. She felt that his dark eyes were like the aimless dark night that gradually shrouded her. Jiyu Jingza stared at her face and held her like that. He felt her riding on his body. She looked shy and a little resistant, but it seemed to ignite his passion and anger. He lowered his head and hugged her body, and ruthlessly kissed her red lips. Lin Che cried and reached out to push his shoulder. Jiyu Jingza wrapped his arms around her body tightly. When he let go of her, he murmured, "Don't you think it's actually very exciting in the car?" Lin Che said hurriedly, "I don't want to." Jiyu Jingza, let go of me. Her clothes were messily torn apart. She was almost naked in front of him. In a panic, Lin Che looked around. When she saw someone on the side, she pressed the car horn, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Jiyu Jingze immediately let go of her waist. Lin Che almost burst into tears. Seeing her red eyes, Jiyu Jingze's heart sank. Frowning, he slowly put Lin Che down. He looked at her messy clothes, and his gaze deepened as he straightened her clothes. Lin Che really felt that he was like a beast just now, so scary. She turned her head and ignored him angrily. She lowered her head and straightened her clothes. She panted, but didn't want to speak. Jiyu Jingze took a deep breath. He looked at her, and then at a certain part of him that was puffed up. He smiled bitterly. His face darkened helplessly. He looked at her and said deeply, "If you still like Qin Qing, you can actually tell him. It's a waste if you can't say it out loud." Lin Che was stunned. She looked at Jiyu Jingze sideways. Her eyes moved, and she said, "I won't tell him. Actually, thinking about it, it's all in the past. I don't actually like him that much now. It's just that I still care about someone I used to like." Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Lin Che. Lin Che looked up. "Don't you know that? A human heart is made of flesh. A person won't completely ignore a man just because they can't get him and don't like him anymore. You won't treat him like a stranger, okay?" Jiyu Jingze looked at her and shook his head. Surprisingly, his mood was much better. Jiyu Jingze said that he would teach her slowly, but Lin Che really didn't want to be taught by him anymore. He was really a scary coach, okay? When she got home, Lin Che received a call from the company. Yu Minmin happily told her over the phone, "You've been nominated for the Best Newcomer award at this year's Panda TV Festival. Get ready. We might be going to the awards ceremony." Lin Che was very surprised. Chapter 92. The Panda Television Festival was one of the most prestigious television awards in the country, and it was very rare to be nominated. Hundreds of millions of people watched the festival every year, so it was no small matter. Yu Minmin was also very happy. She quickly brought Lin Che to the company and started to choose the gown. Yu Minmin went to find a few suitable sponsors, and the brands were all very tasteful. Lin Che was now the most capable artist in Yu Minmin's hands, so Yu Minmin put all her energy into Lin Che. In the company, Yu Minmin fought for a private lounge for Lin Che. In the lounge, Yu Minmin showed Lin Che the invitation for the television festival. "It was sent to the company today, and the executives are very happy for you. However, some of the nominees are very competitive, and one of them is obviously sleeping with you. Don't worry about it." All the nominees were on the list, and Lin Che saw that Lin Li was also nominated for the Style Award. It seemed that he would definitely see her at the award ceremony. Lin Che said excitedly, "I really didn't think that I would be nominated. I only had one role, and it was only a supporting role. Jiyu Jingyu's TV series are very popular every year, so you are the first one to act in a popular TV series. The second one, your character is very likable, and the third one, you acted very well." Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin speechlessly. "Sister Yu, can't you just praise me? Why did you put it last so reluctantly?" Because they saw each other every day, Lin Che's relationship with Yu Minmin improved, and he was not as reserved as before. Yu Minmin said, "I'm telling the truth. You also got lucky, so you can't be too proud, do you hear me? I know, but you are indeed well prepared, and you should be nominated. I don't think the other competitors are as good as you, so I think you have a high chance of winning." Lin Che smiled humbly. He covered his face and said embarrassedly, "Of course not." Yu Minmin said, "I'm telling the truth. Do you think you're still a small actor? You're a new star, and the company is going to focus on training you." "Ah, I'm just not used to it. It's my first time having such success. Actually, it's my first time too. You're the first artist under me to be so successful," Yu Minmin said. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin strangely. "Sister Yu used to have a lot of famous artists too." Yu Minmin said, "It's just that I've been in the industry for a long time. I started as an assistant right after I graduated. I went from assistant to personal assistant, then public manager, and then private manager. I've been in the industry for 8 years now, but it's a pity that luck is needed to meet a good artiste. I've always been steady, and I've never thought of snatching an artiste from others. So the artistes under my management are either pure newbies or old artistes who are past their prime. She patted Lin Che's shoulder and said, "So, this is our first time, let's do our best together." "Yes, let's do our best." Lin Che suddenly realized. In the past, he always thought that managers were high above everyone else. After all, their arrangements determined the fate of small artists like them. But, now that he thought about it, it wasn't easy for them. The two of them walked out together. When the small artists outside saw Lin Che, they would lower their heads and greet her, "Hello, Sister Lin Che." They would bow and wait for Lin Che to leave before they stood up. Lin Che knew that the industry placed a lot of emphasis on seniority and results. In the past, he had to hide at the side and wait for the popular artists to leave before continuing his journey. But now that he was being treated like this, he felt a little strange. Lin Che said, "Seriously, I've only acted in one main role. They don't have to treat me like this, do they?" Yu Minmin laughed and said, "But you're already a rising artist. Moreover, you've been on the headlines so many times. You're also one of the hottest artists this year. Everyone in the company knows you." Lin Che had never thought that he would be so well known by people now. However, just as he reached the door, an old man suddenly pounced in front of him, scaring Lin Che so much that he almost jumped up. However, the old man ignored Lin Che and knelt down in front of Yu Minmin. Lin Che covered his mouth in astonishment. Yu Minmin, who was usually calm and collected, suddenly looked a bit dazed. The old man hugged Yu Minmin's legs and cried out, "Minmin, you have to help Dad. Dad's really going to die this time. If you don't help me, I'll really have to leave our home and be beheaded." This ragged and dirty-looking old man was actually Yu Minmin's father. Lin Che was a little stunned as well. Yu Minmin bit her lip and looked at her father. She pushed him away and said bluntly, "I told you, I helped you last time. What's wrong with you now? Did you lose money again?" "Dad, I'm out of money. I don't have a single cent. This is my workplace. You'd better leave. Otherwise, who are you going to extort money from in the future if I lose my job?" The old man looked up from the ground and said, "Minmin, I really didn't lose money this time. It's those bastards who said that the money I gave them wasn't enough. I still needed $30,000. If I didn't give them the money, they would go to our house and take your mother away to be their cook. I was so scared, so, Yu Minmin frowned and asked, "So what?" "So they kidnapped young Master Lu's woman to threaten her. Who knew that I would accidentally hit her head and she would end up in the hospital. Now they want to sue me. I'm doomed." "What?" Yu Minmin didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed and looked at her father in amusement. She bit her lip and said, "You're really capable. Not only do you gamble, but you also hit people. Let go of me. I don't care about this. It's good that you're going in. You don't have to be a burden to Mom and us anymore." Yu Minmin pushed away her father who was hugging her leg. The old man fell to the ground and was immediately seen by many people. Many of them peeked over curiously. When the old man saw that, he fell to the ground angrily and pointed at Yu Minmin and scolded, "Who do you think you are? I'm your father. How can you treat me like this? I've raised you through so much hardship. Now that you've become powerful, you don't want us burdens anymore? Have I ruined your good days? Fine, you don't have to care about me anymore. If you don't, I'll stay at the entrance of your company and not leave." Yu Minmin was really speechless. She looked at him coldly and waved at the security guard. This person is still in the company and affecting the company's operations. Get him out. The security guard hurried over to get him out. Then, the old man's pitiful cries got louder and louder. Lin Che couldn't stand it anymore and quickly pulled Yu Minmin out of the place. The people around them were still discussing one after another, and their eyes were full of criticism towards Yu Minmin. After Father Yu was chased out, he was still loitering outside. Lin Che looked at him and said to Yu Minmin, "Go to my place first. If you go back like this, your father will definitely come looking for you." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che gratefully. "All right, thank you." Lin Che waved for the chauffeur to drive to the GU residence. Chapter 93. In the car, Lin Che saw Yu Minmin looking out of the window. He thought for a moment and said, "Your father can't always be like this." Yu Minmin laughed bitterly. "So what? He's addicted to gambling. I've heard him say that for half his life, but he's still causing trouble every day. It's okay, I'm used to it." In the past, although Lin Che had always been Yu Minmin's artist, she was just a small artist. Unlike now, she was practically her personal manager, so they spent almost every day together. That was when she found out that Yu Minmin's family was like this. Lin Che patted Yu Minmin's shoulder. "We have to think of something." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and shook her head. "Unless I leave this place with my mother and brother, I can't think of a way to get rid of this parasite." Lin Che said, "All right, let's think of something when we get home. Don't worry, there will be a way." Soon, they arrived at the Jiyu family's house. Yu Minmin had never been to the Jiyu family's house before. When she saw the heavy security outside, she realized that something was wrong. She said to Lin Che, "Can I go in? The Jiyu family doesn't allow outsiders to enter, right?" Lin Che said, "No way. It should be okay. I've never brought anyone here before." When they reached the door, the security guards looked at Yu Minmin and greeted Lin Che respectfully, "Madam." Then they let her in. Yu Minmin calmed down. She didn't miss the respectful greeting. But she turned to look at Lin Che and didn't ask anything. She was a manager. She shouldn't ask too much about her artists unless it would affect her work. This was the professional ethics of a manager. After entering, Yu Minmin saw the huge house and the low-key but luxurious decorations. Standing in the living room, she couldn't help but say to Lin Che, "Your house is like a palace." Lin Che said, "Yeah, I always got lost when I first came here. It's mainly because there are too many turns and it looks a little complicated, but I got better by walking." Yu Minmin said, "I didn't expect this to be Jiyu Jingza's house." "Why?" Lin Che looked at her. Yu Minmin smiled. "Normal people can't come in. I'm basking in your glory." Lin Che smiled. "Really? I can even bask in your glory one day." "Of course." At this moment, Yu Minmin's phone rang. Yu Minmin lowered his head to listen to the call. It was his mother. His mother cried over the phone and said, "Please help your father, minute. You're the only one in our family who can do this. We can't count on anyone else. See if you know anyone and ask them to tell them that he's your only father. If something happens to him, won't you regret it?" Yu Minmin dug her fingers into her palms, as if pain would make her feel better. "Okay, I will think of a way." In the face of his mother's wailing, Yu Minmin could only say this faintly. After hanging up the phone, he closed his eyes and raised his head to look at the huge ceiling of the Jiyu family's house and sighed. Lin Che said, "Sister Yu, who is the other party? Let's think of a way together." "There will be a way." Yu Minmin said, "The Lus are the ones who run a bank and gamble underground in City B. My dad has dealt with them for many years. To put it bluntly, they're not good people. I'll go over and talk to them. We'll talk when the time comes." "What are you going to do at night?" "I'm going to open a hotel. My dad won't be able to find me for the time being. Don't worry, after so many years, I still know how to do these things. Self-defense is my strength." "Okay." Yu Minmin booked a hotel with her phone and Lin Che arranged for the Jiyu family's car to send her there. Then, the phone rang. Seeing Jiyu Jingza's name, Lin Che smiled and picked it up. "When are you going to fulfill your promise and cook for me?" Lin Che thought that he was just saying it casually, but hearing him mention it again, he could only say unwillingly, "Okay. I'll go buy the ingredients when you come back." "Okay, wait for me. I'll be there soon." When Jiyu Jingza heard that she was going to buy the ingredients to cook for him, he rushed back impatiently. Very soon, he reached home and pulled Lin Che out. "Let's go to the market together." "Are you going too?" "Of course." "But..." Lin Che remembered Mo Huiling's warning that day. "Won't it be too dangerous for you to go out?" Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che strangely. "Why do you say that?" Lin Che said, "It's just that Miss Mo told me that you'll be in danger if you go out on your own." "Mo Huiling." Displeasure flashed across Jiyu Jingza's face. He said to Lin Che, I'll be in danger wherever I go, but I still have to live, don't I? Do I have to be locked up in a cage every day because I'm afraid of danger? Let's go. With that said, Jiyu Jingza took Lin Che's hand and led her out. Lin Che wanted to say something, but seeing him like this, she could only shut her mouth. She looked down at his hand and wanted to pull it out, but she couldn't. Instead, he tightened his grip. Seeing that the helper was still watching, Lin Che didn't struggle too much. There weren't many people in the market. Lin Che found it strange that the market, which used to be crowded, was like a limited street today. There were very few people and it was very orderly. Lin Che pushed the cart and looked at the recipe that Jiyu Jingza had written. She said gloomily, "There are so many requirements. This recipe looks so complicated." Jiyu Jingza said, "This is complicated. Just cut a few vegetables and stir-fry them." He purposely chose a recipe that wasn't very expensive. Lin Che pushed the cart and walked back and forth, looking at the vegetables. Shopping in the supermarket was really a happy thing. Lin Che's face was full of smiles, looking very relaxed. "I want one for this. I want one for this too. Aya, do the carrots look fresh?" As she bought, she started to buy in a mess. She didn't follow the recipe at all. Jiyu Jingza could only shake his head helplessly. Just then, someone passed by and accidentally ran over Lin Che's foot with the wheel of the cart. Lin Che let out a yelp. She looked up and saw that the man was looking at her. He didn't say anything and just turned to leave. Lin Che thought gloomily that he really had no sense of civility. However, just as the man turned around, his arm was suddenly grabbed by Jiyu Jingza. He grabbed the man's arm and pressed him against the shelf. The man was startled. He turned around and wanted to scold Jiyu Jingza, but when he saw Jiyu Jingza's deep and ruthless eyes, he felt guilty and shut his mouth. "Apologize to my wife," he said. The man looked at Lin Che. Although he wasn't convinced, he was afraid of Jiyu Jingza and could only say honestly, "I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention just now." Lin Che covered his foot and said, "All right, be more careful next time." Jiyu Jingza snorted and then let go of the man. The man walked away dejectedly. Lin Che wanted to get up from the ground, but Jiyu Jingza squatted down and carried Lin Che horizontally. The passers-by who saw this scene all felt extremely envious. This strong, tall man really made people feel like they were infatuated with him. Jiyu Jingza carried Lin Che and put him in the shopping cart. "I'm here to see if your foot is okay." Lin Che shook his head and smiled at Jiyu Jingza. "It's okay. How heavy can a shopping cart be? It's just that the man's attitude was really annoying." Chapter 94. Jiyu Jingza lowered his head, took off her shoes and looked at them carefully. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed when he held her feet in his hands. "They stink. I haven't washed my feet after wearing them for a whole day." Jiyu Jingza looked up at her and glared at her. "That's enough. You've put them on my face and I didn't say anything. If I didn't like it, I would have kicked you to the ground." Lin Che looked at him with a smile. "Why didn't you like it then?" Jiyu Jingza patted her feet. "I can't dislike living with an uneducated person like you. I'll get used to it." As he said this, he helped her put on her shoes. Lin Che decided to stay in the car. She smiled and turned to Jiyu Jingza. "Push me. I don't want to get out." Jiyu Jingza said, "Lazybones." However, although his tone was dissatisfied, he still began to push her around. She sat in the car and ordered Jiyu Jingza to buy things. "I want the eggplant over there too. Hey, I want to eat these chips." Jiyu Jingza, push faster. "Look, there are things on sale over there." The people next to them chattered when they saw Lin Che. Jiyu Jingza pushed her without complaint. The two of them walked happily between the shelves in the supermarket, attracting the envy of the passers-by. Someone said enviously, "Look at how her boyfriend spoils his girlfriend. Don't be envious of him. Look at how he looks. That girl is so pretty. If she were my girlfriend, I'd spoil her too. Get lost. Don't you see how the man looks? He's so handsome." "Hey, that guy looks a little familiar," Zhongxian said. "I'm the one who thinks that the woman looks familiar. Anyway, they're a perfect match." That's why they're so compatible. Lin Che couldn't stop herself from buying things. Soon, 3 big bags of things were carried out. It was troublesome for Jiyu Jingze to come out. After he came out, he secretly sent away the people who were controlling the flow of people in the supermarket. Then, he walked towards the car with the 3 bags of things. Lin Che said, "Let me take 1 bag." Jiyu Jingze didn't let her move. "Forget about your small arms and legs." Lin Che curled his lips. However, he looked like a Herculean man carrying 3 bags of items. Very quickly, he arrived at the car, opened the trunk, and tossed them inside. He looked both confident and handsome. Seeing this, Lin Che couldn't help but smile warmly before entering the car. When he got home and started cooking, Lin Che felt depressed. She put on the apron properly, but her hands were clumsy when she was chopping vegetables. Jiyu Jingze watched from the side. He was so speechless that he wanted to facepalm. Especially as he watched the blade slash across her hand, he felt his temples throbbing. All right, let me help you cut the vegetables." He hurried over and said. "There's no need. I'm doing fine. Look, I really feel that my knife skills are getting better and better. My comprehension is really high." Ouch! As soon as she finished speaking, the knife had already cut a wound on her finger. The knife fell to the ground. Fortunately, it was a small knife, so it stopped there. But even so, it still made people shudder with fear. Jiyu Jingze walked over in a flash and grabbed her hand. There was a cut on it and blood was seeping out. Jiyu Jingze held her finger. "You're really... I told you not to cut it," Jiyu Jingze said as he put her finger into his mouth. Lin Che's finger hurt. She saw Jiyu Jingze frowning as he sucked on her finger. It was warm, and she could feel the tip of his tongue gently licking it. Lin Che didn't dare to move an inch as he stared at him. He stared into his pitch-black eyes, his face burning up. Dirty. Lin Che thought. She had been washing and cutting vegetables just now. How dirty was it? Jiyu Jingze sniffed and let go of her hand. He looked down carefully. He turned around and went out to get a medicine box. He quickly put on a band-aid. Lin Che looked at the band-aid that matched perfectly and looked at this obsessive-compulsive patient speechlessly. Jiyu Jingze frowned and pushed Lin Che to the side. "All right, stand there. You're clumsy. Don't move around," Lin Che said. Then the vegetables. Jiyu Jingze harumphed and looked at the menu. "I'll do it." "Ah, that's embarrassing." Although Lin Che didn't want to cook, she still looked at him with a fawning expression. Jiyu Jingze picked up the knife to cut the vegetables. He raised his head and glared at Lin Che. "I'm afraid that you'll burn the kitchen if I let you continue cooking." Lin Che pouted. "It's all your fault just now. Why did you talk to me for no reason?" Jiyu Jingze glared at her again. "You're so stupid. Don't make excuses." Jiyu Jingze's movements were really fast. He looked at the menu and cut the vegetables. The vegetables were cut very well. The pictures on the menu were exactly the same. He said as he cut, "You're so stupid to be able to cook so badly just by following the menu." Lin Che looked at the way he was cooking. It really didn't look like he had just cooked. For a moment, he really didn't have anything to refute. Lin Che leaned against the wall and admired Jiyu Jingze's smooth and elegant movements. He said, "Oh yeah, do you remember my manager, Yu Minmin?" "Of course." "What do you mean of course? Do you think everyone has a bad memory like you?" "I have a very good memory." Lin Che felt that he was looking down on her all the time. Lin Che said, "Something happened to Yu Minmin recently." Jiyu Jingze asked as he stir-fried, "What happened?" Lin Che briefly explained Yu Minmin's situation. "I think Sister Yu is really amazing." "How is she amazing?" "Her family is so messy. She's still so active and hardworking. No one knew that her family was so bad. I think she's a very dedicated person. She won't let her personal affairs affect her work. If I hadn't been so close to her recently and had to see her every day, I wouldn't have known about this." Jiyu Jingze seemed to be deep in thought. He slowed down a little. But after a while, he quickly stir-fried vegetables again. A plate of stir-fried vegetables came out of the wok very quickly. Jiyu Jingze said, "Try it." Lin Che looked at it. It looked good. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. She didn't expect it to taste so good. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze in surprise. Do you know how to cook? Jiyu Jingze said, this is my first time. Impossible. Jiyu Jingze wiped his hands with a wet towel and went to prepare another dish. Just follow the recipe and follow the steps. Of course, the taste won't be wrong. But I've tried it. It still tastes terrible. Then you can't blame the recipe. It's your problem. You're too stupid. What can you do? Chapter 95. As Lin Che ate, he looked at Jiyu Jingze in admiration. He didn't expect him to be so good. It was his first time cooking, and he followed the recipe exactly the same. It seemed like his obsessive-compulsive disorder had its uses. Lin Che couldn't help but admit that Jiyu Jingze was really smart. He could do whatever he wanted and learn everything so quickly. In comparison, Lin Che was much dumber. Lin Che couldn't help but think that it was no wonder he always said that he was dumb. He was holding a frying spoon and wearing an apron, looking like a housewife. A handsome man wearing an apron while cooking looked even more charming, making it hard for people to resist him. Lin Che tilted his head and admired this beautiful scene. He rested his chin on his hand, looking infatuated. Jiyu Jingze said as he cooked, actually, your manager's problem is easy to solve. Ah, I can help. Ah, really? Lin Che said quickly, really? That's great. Jiyu Jingze, thank you for your help. Jiyu Jingze turned around and smiled faintly. You know that when I want to thank you, it's not just verbal. Jiyu Jingze quickly placed another dish on a plate before walking over to Lin Che. He looked at Lin Che and hugged him from behind. Lin Che was stunned. Jiyu Jingze said in her ear, actually, you look very good in an apron. I can't cook, so you should at least give me something in return for my hard work. He pressed against her ear and blew into it, making Lin Che's ear itch uncomfortably. Lin Che said, What? What do you want in return? Jiyu Jingze said in a low voice, I want to see you in an apron. Lin Che thought of that scene and felt as if she was reading a pornographic magazine. It was so explicit. Lin Che shouted, Get lost, Jiyu Jingze, you pervert. Jiyu Jingze was pushed away. He laughed and quickly moved away from her. But from the beginning, when he saw her wearing the apron, he just felt that she must look good walking around here wearing only the apron. Although the scene was too ambiguous, he was really looking forward to it. Lin Che thought of how he appeared like that and felt that this man was getting more and more evil. Get lost, I don't want to. Hey, why are you running? Come back. Jiyu Jingze pulled Lin Che over, put his arm around her waist, and put her on the table. Lin Che exclaimed. He sat on the high table, and his face was only in front of him. He could only see his chin when he raised his head. He lowered his head slightly and looked at her face. He took off his apron and put it on her. All right. He smiled at her. That's it. Lin Che looked down at the apron on his body speechlessly. It was no different from before. Lin Che lowered his head to look at himself in astonishment. He felt that the man standing in front of him had his hands lazily placed on his waist as he lowered his head and looked at Lin Che playfully. Ah, it's just wearing an apron. I thought you said wearing an apron meant. Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingze said, it means that you only need to wear an apron. He raised the corner of his lips devilishly and looked down at Lin Che's face. Why? You look disappointed all of a sudden. Isn't that what you were thinking? Lin Che felt even more embarrassed when he looked at her like that. She looked at his playful smile angrily and thought gloomily that she had been fooled by him. Great, this man was getting worse. He was starting to tease people. Lin Che looked at him with a red face. Jiyu Jingze was still playing dumb. He deliberately raised his eyebrows and asked, What are you thinking? Don't tell me, you're thinking of. He deliberately looked her up and down and said, If you really want to wear that, I can accept it. Get lost. I didn't say that, come on. I won't be scared if you wear it. Try it on. Get lost. Do you still want to eat? It's going to get cold. Lin Che quickly jumped off the table to stop him from teasing her. Jiyu Jingzi smiled as he watched her run away. Shaking his head, he thought to himself, this Lin Che, he doesn't know anything else, but he's getting better and better at escaping. However, Jiyu Jingzi said that he wanted to help her, so he really went to investigate. The next day, Jiyu Jingzi said to Lin Che, I saw the person you were talking about. He's in the hospital. We can go and see him. That's great. Jiyu Jingzi, you're so nice. Lin Che smiled and hugged Jiyu Jingzi's arm. In the hospital. Yu Minmin's father, Yu Qinglong, was pacing around outside. In the ward, Lu Qinghong, the young master of the Lu family, was looking at his little lover. He carefully blew on the porridge and fed it to her. Nana, drink it. Be careful, it's hot. Hubby, that man is still outside. Can't you just drive him away? Whoever wants to see him can just pay for it. He's so disgusting. Lu Qinghong gritted his teeth and came out. He kicked Yu Qinglong's chest. Get lost. I'm disgusted just looking at you. You can either use your daughter as a chicken or your wife as a housewife for the rest of her life. Look, why are you still wandering around here? My daughter doesn't want to come. Yu Qinglong looked distressed. Yu Minmin had completely disappeared since the day he went to the company to look for her. He couldn't find her no matter how hard he tried. Then get out of here. Who wants to see your ugly face? Just wait to go to the police station for the rest of your life. Lu Qinghong closed the door. Yu Qinglong could only watch from outside, feeling melancholy. The hospital door opened again. Lu Qinghong turned around and shouted, Who's in? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? He looked up and saw Lin Che, who was wearing a black jumpsuit and a pair of tight-fitting jeans. He stood there, looking fresh and clean. Seeing Lin Che's beautiful face, his tone softened. Hey, what are you doing here? Lin Che came in and saw the woman lying on the bed and the tall man standing beside her. The instant Nana saw Lin Che, her eyes immediately became vigilant. She seemed to feel threatened and hurriedly sat up. Then, they saw Jiyu Jingzi following behind them in silence, which surprised them. Lin Che looked at the woman who didn't forget to put on heavy makeup even though she was lying on the bed. He walked a few steps and said, You're the one who caused the trouble with the Yu family, aren't you? Lu Qinghong smiled. That's right. Why? Are you here because of this? He hit my girlfriend and now I want him to pay for it. It's only right, isn't it? Lin Che couldn't tell that the woman was injured at all. She glanced at the woman and said, How much do you want? The man stepped forward and said impolitely, 5 million. Ha! Lin Che was speechless. What a big tone. If you want 5 million, I think her injury should be more serious. Chapter 96. The woman on the bed yelled, What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. Lin Che said, I'm going to take care of the Yu family. Here's the money. I'll give you the money that Yu Minmin's father owes you, but don't even think about getting a single cent of the money that doesn't belong to the Yu family. Nana, who was lying on the bed, was obviously unwilling. 5,200,000 was a huge difference. She immediately sat up and said, Don't even think about it. 5 million, not a single cent less. Otherwise, I'll send him to the police station. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. You've gone crazy thinking about money. At this moment, Jiyu Jingzi glanced at the two of them from behind. I'm giving you this money to shut you up. If the simplest method can't shut you up, I have other ways to do it. It depends on whether you're willing to accept this simple method, or you'd rather let us do something more complicated. The two of them looked at each other. The way they looked at Jiyu Jingzi changed. Nana wanted to stand up and say something, but Lu Qinghong stopped her. He could tell that Jiyu Jingzi wasn't an ordinary person at first glance. From the custom-made brand clothes to the arrogant look on his face, his aura was clearly superior to everyone else in the room. He rolled his eyes and realized that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed that he really couldn't beat him, or else he wouldn't have come in alone and be so calm. The Lu family was famous for being ruthless in the underworld, but he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Lu Qinghong immediately said, That's easy. May I know your name, sir? Jiyu Jingze glanced at him indifferently. If you don't even know who I am, then you don't have the right to stand here and talk to me. You. Lu Qinghong's face darkened. He really wanted to scold him, but looking at Jiyu Jingze helplessly, he couldn't say anything. You don't want to say it, or you have nothing to say, Lu Qinghong said with a smile. Jiyu Jingze said, this kind of provocation doesn't work on me, but I was going to tell you. Even if you don't have the right to stand in front of me, my woman's problem involves you, so I have to take care of it. With that, he threw an elegant business card in front of him. He threw it accurately on the table. He was taken aback. Lowering his head, his face darkened. How did the Yu family get involved with such a big shot? His face was pale, but he didn't want to lose face just like that. He said, 5 million should be nothing to Mr. Jiyu. Why? Can't you afford it? Jiyu Jingze snorted. I earn my money bit by bit. I don't want to waste it on rubbish. You! He shouted, Jiyu Jingze, don't be so arrogant. Isn't it just some stinky money? Jiyu Jingze said, this little bit of money is enough to suppress you. That's enough. Lu Qinghong's eyes darted around. In front of the Jiyu family, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. However, if she gave up just like that, it would be too degrading. Seeing this, Lin Che said, there's only 200,000. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, then forget it. That's impossible. Hey, you're trying to get rid of a beggar. Lin Che said, I feel that even beggars can't compare to your actions. Nana got up from the bed and shouted, you stinky bitch, what did you say? I dare you to say it again. Lu Qinghong was shocked and quickly covered Nana's mouth. Nana was unconvinced and looked at Lu Qinghong angrily. Lu Qinghong tugged at Nana and said, she's immature, but the Yu family is in the wrong in this matter. Jiyu Jingze said, if you can charge a sky-high price for everything, it's not too much for me to charge you 10 million for calling you a bitch just now. What? What right do you have? Nana shouted. Lu Qinghong's expression changed even more. She quickly said, Okay, I'll charge 200,000. As she said this, she picked up the check on the table. Lin Che looked at her and continued, but I still have to warn you. 200,000 is to buy the Yu family's debt. You can't get close to the Yu family. If anyone from the Yu family gets close to your casino, you have to chase him away. What? That's so complicated. Lu Qinghong had thought that the Yu family would have a chance in the future anyway. The daughter of the Yu family was very pretty. If she were to be a prostitute, she would be able to push the casino very well. He had coveted her for a long time, so he planned to deal with the Yu family, but he didn't expect, Jiyu Jingze said, if you don't chase them away, I think it will affect your family's business to a great extent if my people chase them away for you. It would be terrible if the Jiyu family were to chase them away. Although Lu Qinghong was very unhappy, she could only say to Jiyu Jingze, Mr. Jiyu, don't worry. The Yu family will not enter the Lu family's casino anymore. I can promise you that. Then I'll wait and see. He turned around and held Lin Che in his arms as he said this. Lin Che looked back at the woman on the bed and left the ward with Jiyu Jingze. Seeing the two of them leave, the woman on the bed pushed Lu Qinghong away angrily. You useless thing. He hit me and you want to chase me away with 200,000? I won't do it. Lu Qinghong went up to the woman and slapped her. The woman was stunned. Do you know that I saved your life just now? What? The woman looked at him aggrievedly. Lu Qinghong snorted. Who do you think you can offend? That's Jiyu Jingze, the Jiyu family. Do you think you can afford to offend them? Jiyu Jingze. The woman covered her face and was dumbfounded. Lu Qinghong muttered, I didn't want to do this, but I can't throw away my life just because of my pride, right? Don't you see that I'm also very angry? But I can't win against him. I can only blame myself. When did the Yu family become so scheming? They actually have connections with the Jiyu family. From now on, we can only stay far away from them. When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but feel jealous and yearning. That person was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, it was a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. It was already good enough that she could seduce Lu Qinghong, so she didn't dare to get close to a top family like the Jiyu family. After Lin Che finished his business, he quickly went to the hotel to look for Yu Minmin. She had been staying in the hotel for a few days and would change every day to avoid being found by her father. Perhaps she was really used to it. Yu Minmin looked fine, but she had obviously lost a lot of weight. Lin Che said, "The matter has been resolved. Sister Yu, you don't have to worry too much." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. It was Jiyu Jingze who helped. She knew that Lin Che couldn't have done it on his own. The Lu family wasn't a pushover either. They wouldn't let it go so easily. Lin Che nodded. Yes, Jiyu Jingze was holding the fort. I just followed him to take a look. Yu Minmin looked at him gratefully. Thank you, but, did you spend money? She didn't believe that those people would be obedient if they couldn't see the money. Lin Che said, I didn't spend much. I only gave them 200,000 as hush money. They won't let your father enter the casino anymore. Yu Minmin's face darkened. She looked up at Lin Che and said, the money will be deducted from my salary. I'll return it to you slowly. Thank you. Chapter 97. Lin Che shook his head. Well, it's Mrs. Gu's welfare. It's okay. Yu Minmin smiled. If they can stop my dad from going to the casino, maybe life will be better in the future. You'll become more and more popular, and my salary will get higher and higher. Maybe I'll be able to pay you back soon. Yu Minmin raised an eyebrow at Lin Che. But Jiyu Jingze really treats you well. Lin Che was stunned. Jiyu Jingze was indeed a good person, but he was a little cold. Sometimes, he was a man who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Lin Che said, but Jiyu Jingze is really hard to please. He has a lot of problems. I have to go back now. I have to go to the Jiyu family for a birthday celebration in a few days. Lin Che returned home and stood at the door. Looking at the heavily guarded Jiyu family, she suddenly felt that she had been taken care of by Jiyu Jingze all this time. She felt a little embarrassed. She was such a troublesome woman. At night, Jiyu Jingze washed up and saw Lin Che looking at him embarrassedly. Jiyu Jingze looked up. Why are you staring at me? Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze's face embarrassedly and said, I think, from today onwards, let's switch places. You can sleep on the bed inside, and I'll sleep on the sofa. Jiyu Jingze looked at her strangely. Why? Lin Che said, because you're tall and it's uncomfortable to sleep here all the time. With my height, it's just right for me to sleep here. We should at least take turns. You sleep one night, and I sleep the other. Otherwise, if you always sleep here alone, we don't know when we can get a divorce. That's too unfair to you. Jiyu Jingze's eyes flashed. He smiled at Lin Che and raised an eyebrow. So you're actually feeling sorry for me? What did this have to do with feeling sorry for him? Lin Che said, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying. Forget it. You can sleep on the sofa if you want. Lin Che's heart sank. She wasn't feeling sorry for him. Why would she feel sorry for him? She was just blaming herself for always being the troublemaker. Lin Che glared at Jiyu Jingze, who didn't appreciate his kindness, and returned to the bed. He felt Jiyu Jingze quickly follow him and sit on the bed with him. Lin Che turned around and said, You changed your mind? Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and suddenly said, Actually, the bed is so big. It's okay for the two of us to sleep together. What? Lin Che thought he had misheard. As Jiyu Jingze spoke, he held Lin Che in his arms and the two of them fell onto the bed together. It was originally a double bed, and there was a lot of space for two people to sleep on it. However, what would it look like to sleep together? Lin Che hurriedly struggled to get up. No, Jiyu Jingze, we can't sleep on the same bed. However, her waist was pulled back by him, and effortlessly, she fell into his arms again. Jiyu Jingze looked down at her. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you won't be able to hold back? Lin Che's face turned slightly red. What do you mean I can't help it? How can I not help it? You can't help but want to pounce on me, Jiyu Jingze said. Lin Che glared at him. Nonsense. How can I not help it? A man with a human face but a beast's heart is a man. Oh, if you're worried that I won't be able to help it, then you're worrying too much. We've been in the same room for so long, and I haven't touched you. Then, in the same bed, I definitely won't be able to help it. Of course you can rest assured. Lin Che just didn't want to sleep on the same bed as him. No, I really can't, Lin Che said anxiously. However, Jiyu Jingze still pressed her down and wrapped his arms around her body. Don't move. Sleep well. She had to be able to sleep even like this. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and sleep, Jiyu Jingze said from behind her. Lin Che was truly speechless. He couldn't move no matter how hard he tried, and could only lie there panting. He felt the man on his back slowly relax, but his eyes were wide open the entire time. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally started to feel tired. But the strange thing was that she could actually fall asleep like this. She seemed to be really tired. After a while, she fell asleep completely just like that. The next day, when Jiyu Jingze woke up, he was still full of energy. Lin Che had a feeling that he would stay on her bed for the rest of his life. However, perhaps the sofa was really too hard to sleep on, and he was really tired of sleeping, so even her dishonest sleeping position couldn't disturb his sleep. Thinking about it, perhaps it was right for him to fall asleep. However, originally, she wanted to sleep on the sofa. Who knew that they would end up sleeping together? The Panda TV festival began very quickly. Because Lin Che was nominated for the Best Newcomer award, the company made it very grand and found someone to be in charge of the award ceremony for Lin Che. Lin Che changed her clothes at home early in the morning. She looked at the long gown with a slit all the way to the top. She really wasn't used to it. However, this was the company's arrangement. The company had already said that there would definitely be a lot of big names attending this television festival. If Lin Che wanted to fight for the headlines, it wouldn't be easy, so they specially found a more outstanding gown for Lin Che. However, Lin Che actually wasn't interested in fighting for the headlines. She just thought that it was good enough to be able to participate in such a powerful event. Looking at herself in front of the mirror again and again, she still felt that something wasn't right. When Jiyu Jingze came in, he saw her fiddling in front of the mirror. Her tall and slender figure looked very noble and sexy in such a pinched waist gown. Jiyu Jingze narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. He walked over and said, "What are you doing?" Lin Che turned around and said, "Don't you think I look a little weird?" Jiyu Jingze sized her up and saw that her fair thighs were exposed. They matched the black velvet gown very well. "How can that be? Isn't it pretty good? Do you think it looks good?" Lin Che turned around and asked. Jiyu Jingze smiled and moved closer. His voice was low and melodious. "I think you look better without anything on." Lin Che blushed. Scram. Jiyu Jingze smiled and said, "You're the one who asked me." Lin Che blushed. "Who knew you were such a hooligan?" Jiyu Jingze smiled as he sized her up. He felt that the slit was really not bad. It seemed like it was easy to take off the gown. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and walked out, wondering if he had been too repressed recently. Otherwise, why would he have such wicked thoughts when he saw her? Perhaps it was because he had really reached the age where his body couldn't help but want women. Lin Che turned around and looked at Jiyu Jingze. "Oh yeah, we still have tickets today. If you're interested, you can go and take a look." Jiyu Jingze came back to his senses. Looking at the tickets she handed him, he took them and said, "Okay, I'll go when I'm free." Chapter 98. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze had left without a word, Lin Che thought that he had finally left after his joke. She could only helplessly drag her dress to attend the TV festival. Outside the venue of the Panda TV festival, it was already crowded. Lin Che lifted her dress and walked inside with Yu Minmin accompanying her. Yu Minmin said to her, "You should have a good chance this time. Even if you don't win in the end, we'll still be here." "I don't think I have a good chance. There are many popular dramas this year and many characters are better than mine, especially those who are both good and evil. Everyone thinks that bad women have good acting skills. Not necessarily. Your character is also very good." Yu Minmin smiled and patted Lin Che's arm. Lin Che looked outside. A new female star from a popular TV series was walking down the red carpet. The host was enthusiastically introducing her, saying, "Wang Qingchu's performance in the TV series Women's World is remarkable. Her image as a bad woman is deeply rooted in people's hearts. She is only 20 years old this year and also the youngest of the nominees." Lin Che watched as everyone welcomed Wang Qingchu in. Flashes lit up one after another. He couldn't help but shrug and look at Yu Minmin. This was her competitor that Lin Che had been talking about. She was only 20 years old, but she was indeed shining. Yu Minmin heard the people beside her commenting without any scruples, "Looks like she's very likely to win this time. She looks so proud, as if victory is already in her hands. Yeah, and she just got into a relationship with Liu Kai recently. She's always in the top of the trending topics list. I also think she'll be the big winner this time." Everyone looked at Lin Che and then looked at her disdainfully. Lin Che turned around and Yu Minmin said in a low voice, "Don't care what they think. In this industry, there are many people who just like to talk nonsense." Lin Che nodded. "It's okay, Sister Yu. I know." However, at this moment, someone suddenly patted the back of her head from behind. "Ayo, who is it?" She turned around and saw Jiyu Jingyu, who she hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't know when he had appeared behind her. "What are you looking at?" he asked. Lin Che said, "Jiyu Jingyu, why are you here? Did I see you standing here like a fool? That's why I came to take a look. How am I stupid?" Lin Che rubbed his head. Jiyu Jingyu said, "Silly girl, let's go. Don't wait anymore. Come with me." "Ah, you're not the finale? I don't have anyone to walk the red carpet with. Isn't it a good match now?" "But..." Lin Che was dragged by him as he stumbled forward. "But what?" "Let's go. I'll go with you." How could that be? Although she knew that Jiyu Jingyu loved to break the rules for no reason and that the rules meant nothing to him, Lin Che was a person who abided by the rules in the industry. Jiyu Jingyu was originally supposed to be the finale, so after Lin Che was dragged along, everyone looked at him with jealousy. But, when it was Jiyu Jingyu's turn, he forcefully pulled Lin Che over to his side, held her hand in the crook of his arm and dragged her onto the red carpet. The MC was shocked, but he knew that Jiyu Jingyu often didn't play by the rules, so he reacted quickly. Everyone looked at the two of them walking on the red carpet enviously. Suddenly, the cameras flashed violently, saying that Jiyu Jingyu had abandoned the female lead and walked the red carpet with the supporting actress. They were indeed the couple that everyone had been hyping up for a while. Yu Minmin watched from behind and shook his head speechlessly. Finally, they walked past the red carpet and sat in their seats inside. In the front, Wang Qingchu suddenly turned around and smiled at Lin Che, who was sitting in the back seat. "We were nominated together this time," she said. Lin Che also smiled. "Yeah. I think your Jian Qing has a good chance of winning. After all, there's Jiyu Jingyu and Mu Feiran, and even the supporting actress is top-notch like Lin Li. Our team can't do it. We're all newbies, and none of us are experienced. We're lucky to be popular, but I don't know how we became the dark horse." Although she sounded humble, it sounded like she was proud. Did she mean that Lin Che's team was popular because they had celebrities, but they didn't have any celebrities and relied on their abilities? Lin Che smiled and said, "Is that so? I really don't know why none of the big-name celebrities are interested in your script. It seems like it's a good script." What he meant was that this kind of rubbish script had no technical content. Of course, the big-name celebrities wouldn't be interested in it. Wang Qingchu's expression changed slightly. She glared at Lin Che and muttered in her heart, "Isn't it just because you have Jiyu Jingyu's support?" At this moment, many people passed by and saw Lin Che. They hurried over to greet him. Some of them knew him, some of them didn't, some of them had seen him before, and some of them hadn't. Although Lin Che had always been filming, he had never attended any gatherings within the industry. This television festival was like a big gathering. Almost everyone that he could name was present, and they were all people that had works this year. So, this was the first time Lin Che realized that so many people actually knew of him and that there were actually people that wanted to get to know him. After being surrounded for a long time, when it was about to start, everyone returned to their seats. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief and said to Yu Minmin, "We exchanged many WeChat IDs just now." Yu Minmin said, "Of course. You're on the rise now. There are many people who want to get to know you." "Why do they want to know me?" Lin Che asked curiously. Yu Minmin said, "Networking in this industry is very important. Who knows who will need who in the future? You're a celebrity now, and your future is limitless. Of course, they want to get to know you as soon as possible." All right. Lin Che didn't expect that he was already valuable in other people's hearts. "I thought I was still a newcomer." "You're just a newcomer this year. You'll get more and more popular in the future." Yu Minmin smiled at him. "Who knows? There are so many newcomers nowadays. I don't even know if I'll be left on the beach." Because of his past experience, Lin Che wasn't that optimistic. In front, Wang Qingqiu looked at them. She snorted and turned her head away. In comparison, there were indeed fewer people on her side. She muttered in her heart, "Isn't it just Jiyu Jingyu? Who does he think he is?" She didn't believe that Lin Che could rely on him for the rest of his life. The award ceremony soon started. However, Wang Qingqiu quietly left the place. In the private room outside, the sound of panting could be heard. Wang Qingqiu panted tenderly, "President Chen, you said that the newcomer award this time would definitely be mine." "Yeah, it's yours. It's yours. Didn't you see how arrogant Lin Che was just now? Relying on Jiyu Jingyu's love, he stole tomorrow's headlines. Then the newcomer award must not be given to him." All right, I won't give it to him. Baby, let's continue." Wang Qingqiu put on makeup and looked at Lin Che behind her. She smiled proudly. When she heard Yu Minmin show her WNY's acceptance speech, she smiled even more and said, "Let's not waste time, Lin Che. Although I know that your acting is not bad and you work hard, I'm definitely going to get the award this time." She turned around and said, "Even if you know Jiyu Jingyu, I can tell you clearly. You have no idea what kind of backing I have." Chapter 99. Wang Qingqiu sat seductively in her seat. Lin Che bit his lip and looked at her back view, his hands clenched tightly together. Yu Minmin hadn't expected Wang Qingqiu to be so arrogant. She was too young after all and couldn't keep her cool. Lin Che sneered, "The Panda Awards is a competition of acting skills and you're talking about backing? Seriously?" Yu Minmin pressed Lin Che's hand. "Calm down, I'll go and ask around." Watching Yu Minmin get up and leave, Lin Che leaned against the wall alone. He could hear the discussions of the people behind him, which were neither too loud nor too soft, entering his ears. Looks like Wang Qingqiu is going to win the newcomer award this time. But Lin Che is about the same. Actually, I already knew that Wang Qingqiu had hooked up with the higher-ups of the Panda Television Festival. I've seen them a few times already. Oh my god, looks like it's really going to be hers. No wonder she was so confident and walked the red carpet alone with such an imposing manner. It was already decided beforehand. Isn't Lin Che pitiful? That can't be helped. Although Lin Che didn't have much hope of winning the award, he was still unhappy. After all, if he wasn't good enough, he could accept it wholeheartedly. But being provoked like this, he couldn't be happy. Unfairness existed everywhere in the world and it was common in this industry. Lin Che just didn't like it when it happened to him. If you're capable, why don't we compete for popularity and acting skills together? Wang Qingqiu turned around and looked at Lin Che from time to time. She raised her eyebrows and looked extremely pleased with herself. Lin Che could only look forward and silently take a deep breath. On the stage, the awards were being handed out one after another, from the music award to the picture award. Lin Che looked ahead and thought about the newcomer award that was about to be handed out. He quietly sat up straight. At this moment, Wang Qingqiu turned around and smiled at Lin Che. "Don't look forward to it so much. The award is definitely mine. How unlucky, but who asked you to meet me this time? Try harder next time." Wang Qingqiu pretended to cover her mouth again. "Oh, I remember now. The newcomer award only comes once in a lifetime. You won't be a newcomer next year." Lin Che looked at Wang Qingqiu. "At least I've relied on my own strength. I've never thought of relying on a backer." Having a background is also a kind of strength, especially in this industry. But it seems like you're not as strong as me in this aspect. As soon as he finished speaking, the host in front said, "This year's TV industry is really full of newcomers. Especially in the first half of the year, there were a lot of good dramas. In the second half of the year, there were also a lot of surprises. There were a lot of good works with good reputation and ratings. So, we are going to present this year's Newcomer Award." After the nominees were shown, the guest presenter smiled and said, "Who will be the winner of this year's Newcomer Award? Wang Qingchu? Is it Jiyu Ningning? Was it Sichu Xing or Lin Che?" At this time, the other presenter swept his gaze across the audience. All the cameras were focused on the four of them. The other two did not have any expression on their faces. Lin Che was indeed a little stiff. She was not used to being stared at like this. Wang Qingchu, on the other hand, had a confident look on her face as she looked ahead proudly. At this time, the guest presenter smiled and continued, "The winner of this year's Newcomer Award is Lin Che." Below, when Lin Che heard his own name, he was shocked beyond belief. She sat there for a long while without moving. Someone next to her touched her, and she didn't stand up in a hurry. She was a little absent-minded, and couldn't see anything else under the bright lights. She went to the stage and took the trophy from the presenter. Wang Qingchu had already raised her butt, and her face turned green when she heard her name. Looking at the front, Lin Che stood behind the microphone with the trophy in her hand. She was a little excited and said with a smile, "Thank you to all the producers of Sword Passion. Thank you to the director for giving me the opportunity to play such an important role. Thank you so much to all the other actors and actresses. I have learned a lot from them. Thank you so much." Wang Qingchu couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and strode out, ignoring the strange looks from the others. When he got outside, he looked around and finally found Chief Chen, who was at the back. She shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you? You said that you would give this role to me. Why did you? How dare you lie to me? Are you messing with me?" She felt so embarrassed. She had already said such big words, but in the end, she had to return empty-handed. I didn't want to. I really wrote your name. Even if everyone said that Lin Che was better, I would still side with you. But today, President Chen was speechless. I can only say that Lin Che's background is indeed stronger than yours. I can't do anything about it. What? Really, this is the only way. I didn't want her to be such an important person, but that's really something I can't touch. I can't help you even if I wanted to. Wang Qingchu was listless when she heard this. Because of her anger, her face became twisted. Soon, Lin Che came down from the stage. She saw Yu Minmin and said in surprise, "I really didn't expect that this award would be given to me. Oh my God, what's going on?" Yu Minmin smiled and said, "Seems like there's still fairness in this." Lin Che nodded heavily. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Yu Minmin said, "Remember to treat us to a meal." "Of course, I'll treat you to a feast." The award ceremony ended quickly. As Lin Che was walking out, she heard the sound of her phone ringing. She opened it and saw that it was Jiyu Jingze. She quickly picked up the phone. "Jiyu Jingze." Hearing her happy voice, Jiyu Jingze smiled calmly. "Is it over?" "Yes, it's just over. I'll wait for you outside. Come out." "Ah, really? Of course. You won the award. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" Jiyu Jingze said. Sure. Of course." Lin Che put down the phone and ran out. Sure enough, she saw Jiyu Jingze's car outside. Lin Che jumped into the car and couldn't help but show Jiyu Jingze the award in her hand. Jiyu Jingze smiled and said, "Congratulations." Lin Che said in surprise, "I was wondering at the time. Everyone said that Wang Qingchu's friend was very powerful and the award was probably going to go to her. But in the end, it was still given to me." Jiyu Jingze smiled and said, "It means that you know someone even more powerful." "What?" Jiyu Jingze didn't say anything. He had already started the car. "Let's go. Treat me to a meal." Chapter 100. At the Lin family's house. Lin Li's face turned green with anger as she watched the scene of Lin Che receiving the award on the TV. The spotlight followed her as she walked down the stage. She was surrounded by people who congratulated her. The reporters also came up to interview her. She was in high spirits. Lin Li snorted angrily and smashed the teacup in her hand. I can't believe Lin Che got an award. Han Kaiying comforted Lin Li. It's okay. Now that she has Jiyu Jing's support, things will be different. You'll be the same when you marry into the Qin family. Lin Li gritted her teeth. That was true, but the Qin family was still far from the Jiyu family. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At this moment, Jiyu Jingze led Lin Che into a restaurant. Lin Che said, "Wow, this place looks expensive. You don't really want me to treat you, do you?" Jiyu Jingze looked at her. "You got an award today. Shouldn't you treat me?" Lin Che pouted. "But I didn't expect you to choose such an expensive place." Although it was a Chinese restaurant, one could tell from the outside that it was very expensive. The decorations at the entrance were very gorgeous, and there weren't many people inside. It looked like they were all single rooms, and each room had a very genteel name written on it. When the people outside saw the two of them coming in, they hurriedly lowered their heads to greet them. They looked very respectful and polite, and their smiles were natural. Their makeup also looked very comfortable. It seemed like they were waiters who had gone through very strict training. "Mr. Jiyu, do you want the private room you usually use? I've been saving it for you." "Okay." Jiyu Jingze took Lin Che in and said as they walked, "The food here is very delicious. You'll know after you try it. It's very clean and tastes like home." Lin Che said, "If you want to taste home, why did we come to such an expensive place? We should go home. I'll make it for you." Jiyu Jingze looked at her with a dark face. "You're so clumsy. If you make it for me, what I'll eat will probably be dregs." "No. It was an accident last time." Jiyu Jingze didn't believe her. He brought her here but she didn't appreciate it. What an unromantic woman. "I come here often. The food is really good. You'll know after you try it." He really wanted to get her approval. In his heart, there was a kind of hope that the things that he liked would be liked by her. At first, he thought that the food here was delicious and had a strange thought. He wanted to share it with her, but she actually complained that it was too expensive. Lin Che followed him inside. After sitting down, he could see the lake from the outside. This was probably the best place in the entire restaurant. Jiyu Jingze was in charge of ordering the dishes. Since he was familiar with this place, he naturally knew what dishes tasted good. He ordered a table full of dishes. Lin Che felt as if his pocket was crying and his heart was bleeding. It felt so expensive. Fortunately, after a while, the food was served. As soon as Lin Che took a look, he could tell that the dishes looked very appetizing. Just looking at them made his appetite increase. "Try it." At any time, Jiyu Jingze ate like a noble Persian cat. His movements were light and slow. However, Lin Che didn't care. He picked it up and ate it. It was really delicious. She started eating in big mouthfuls. She didn't care what she was chewing and swallowing slowly. She ate very happily. Jiyu Jingze was speechless. "Eat slowly," Lin Che said. "Eating in big mouthfuls makes it taste good." Jiyu Jingze shook his head. "But it's not good for the stomach." Lin Che said, "Do you eat to taste good? If it's for the stomach, you should eat porridge every day. You only know how to talk nonsense." Jiyu Jingze glared at her. However, he couldn't deny that seeing her eat so happily gave him a sense of achievement. It was as if the thing that he liked had received great approval. Jiyu Jingze's expression was happy as he watched her eat indifferently. "Slow down. Look, the food is stuck to the corner of your mouth." He reached out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. "You can wash it after you finish eating." "Hey, you're eating too. Why don't I see you moving?" Lin Che said casually. At the same time, outside, Mo Hualing entered the restaurant with her friend. The people around Mo Hualing had always been envious of her because she had been close to the Jiyu family since she was young. All along, everyone knew that Jiyu Jingze was her boyfriend. They often heard Mo Hualing show off, but she also had the ability to do so, which made people feel helpless. Everyone could only continue to be envious of her. Therefore, Mo Hualing had always been the center of the circle since she was young. Everyone surrounded her because she and Jiyu Jingze were childhood sweethearts and no one could shake her position. Until now, although Jiyu Jingze was married, it was a secret marriage. Not many people outside the circle knew that Jiyu Jingze was married. They hadn't even held a wedding, so no one knew that Jiyu Jingze had another woman by his side. Hualing, this place is very expensive. It's embarrassing to always eat here and have to be treated by you, her friend said politely. Mo Hualing couldn't hide the smugness in her voice. She said generously, "It doesn't matter. Jingze booked a room here just for him. Every time he comes, he can just go there. Jingze pays for all the expenses." Really? Jiyu Jingze is so generous to you. Even his own private room is for you. Jingze doesn't have much, Mo Hualing said as she walked in her high heels. Everyone was talking about this behind her. That's true. To the Jiyu family, this money can be earned back in minutes. Hualing, I'm so envious of you. Mo Hualing raised her head proudly. The shop assistant recognized Mo Hualing at first glance. She came here often, so everyone knew her. Seeing Mo Hualing, the shop assistant greeted her. "Miss Mo," Mo Hualing said, "it's the same private room. There are 4 people here today." With that said, Mo Hualing was about to walk inside with ease and familiarity. Unexpectedly, the shop assistant stopped Mo Hualing. She looked inside worriedly and said embarrassedly, "Miss Mo, I'm sorry, but Mr. Jiyu is using the private room today." "What?" Mo Hualing said, "Jingze is here. I'll go and look for him." The shop assistant stopped Mo Hualing, who was about to walk in. "But Mr. Jiyu has a guest." Mo Hualing was stunned. Everyone seemed to have sensed Mo Hualing's awkwardness. They quickly helped her out and said, "Then let's go to another private room. Maybe he's discussing business with someone." Mo Hualing could only laugh dryly and let the shop assistant go to another private room. However, her gaze was still fixed on the private room inside. There was suspicion in her eyes. Chapter 101. In the private room. Lin Che finished it in one go, feeling extremely satisfied. "It's so delicious," she looked up and said to Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze smiled at her and said proudly, "I didn't lie to you when I said it was delicious, right?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, it's really delicious." Lin Che's mouth was oily, but strangely, it didn't make one feel uncomfortable. Instead, it seemed to be filling up. He couldn't help but look at her. There were still some breadcrumbs on her lower lip. He leaned over and said, "Silly, look at your food. It's everywhere." Lin Che tilted her head and let him help her down. He smiled and reached out to pinch it. He looked at Lin Che and stuffed it into his mouth. Lin Che was stunned. She shouted at Jiyu Jingze with a red face, "Get lost. Are you crazy?" Jiyu Jingze smiled and said softly, "It's not bad." Lin Che blushed and glared at this man who was getting more and more shameless. Jiyu Jingze said, "What's wrong? I said the bread is delicious." I didn't say anything else," Lin Che said quickly. "It's delicious. There's a lot here. You can take it from here." Why did she take it from his mouth? Jiyu Jingze chuckled and moved closer to her across the table. "You're better. Jiyu Jingze, you're crazy," Lin Che shouted again. Hearing this, Jiyu Jingze let out a muffled laugh. His laughter seemed to come from his chest, cheerful and tough. Lin Che was speechless. She chewed on the bread gloomily, treating it as if it were his head. Of course, the two of them didn't know. At this moment, Mo Hualing came out of her private room and couldn't help but come to this private room. She listened carefully from outside. After a while, she actually heard Jiyu Jingze's laughter. When had Jiyu Jingze ever laughed so exaggeratedly? When he thought about it, he didn't like to smile. Even if he was very happy, it was just a pleasant twitch of the corner of his mouth. But now, they weren't talking about business inside. Mo Hualing confirmed it immediately. She looked inside angrily and was about to rush in. When the waitress outside saw this, she quickly stopped Mo Hualing. Knowing who Mo Hualing was, they did not dare to make a move. They could only dissuade her. "Miss Mo, what are you doing?" The more Mo Hualing was stopped, the angrier she became. "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me like this? Let me go and let me pass. I know Jiyu Jingze is inside. Ask him if he allowed you to stop me like this. Do you know who I am?" The shop assistant was really helpless. She watched as Mo Hualing rushed in crazily, not caring about her image at all. Even her clothes were in a mess. Mo Hualing yelled, "Let go of me now, or I'll tell Jiyu Jingze to fire all of you." The more Mo Hualing thought about it, the angrier she got. She was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. Inside, the two people who were still eating snacks seemed to have heard something from outside. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. "Is there a quarrel outside? It's so loud." Jiyu Jingze usually did not care about what happened outside. Today, he and Lin Che were here to celebrate her award. He looked at Lin Che, but before he could enjoy the sight of her eating, he was interrupted by the noise outside. Seeing that Lin Che had already stood up, Jiyu Jingze had no choice but to stand up and say, "I'll go and take a look." Lin Che hurriedly followed him. The moment he opened the door, Jiyu Jingze heard Mo Hualing yelling, "You all! Just you wait! You little bitches! I'll teach you a lesson." Mo Hualing was startled when she saw Jiyu Jingze standing by the door with a cold expression on his face. But she could not take back her words. Mo Hualing's mouth twitched. She really wanted to slap herself. She knew that Jiyu Jingze was inside, yet she still said such vulgarities. But she could not hold back her anger just now. Seeing Jiyu Jingze come out, her expression softened. But the next moment, she saw that Lin Che had also come out. She widened her eyes and stared at Lin Che, who was behind her. So Jiyu Jingze was having dinner here with Lin Che? Jiyu Jingze actually brought Lin Che here for dinner? Mo Hualing looked at Jiyu Jingze angrily. "Jingze, you. Why are you having dinner with her? And you're even sitting in this private room. You. How could you do this?" Jiyu Jingze looked at Mo Hualing unhappily. It was the first time he had seen Mo Hualing so crazy. She had even used vulgarities just now. If Lin Che had said this, he would have understood. Lin Che had never hidden her true nature. She was a self-proclaimed vulgar woman who liked to speak without thinking. But in Jiyu Jingze's eyes, Mo Hualing had always been a lady from a respectable family. Although she was willful, she was still well-mannered. But now, her behavior was not even close to that of a respectable lady. Instead, she looked like a shrew. She looked at Lin Che with a ferocious expression. Jiyu Jingze walked over in a few steps. The employees at the side hurriedly stepped aside and looked at them. Seeing this, Mo Hualing immediately ran to Jiyu Jingze's side and hugged him. She leaned hard against him and held on tightly. "Jingze, they were so fierce. I clearly heard your voice, but they didn't let me in. They even said that you were flirting with someone inside and they didn't want me to disturb you. Who do I think I am? How dare I go and look for you? I'm really sad." The employees at the side were furious. How could this Miss Mo talk nonsense? Jiyu Jingze felt that Lin Che was still next to them. He frowned and pushed Mo Hualing away. He looked down at her and said, "What's going on? Don't speak so fast." Mo Hualing raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Anyways, you. How could you come here with her?" Jiyu Jingze turned around and said in confusion, "The food here is delicious. I brought someone here to eat. What's wrong? What? This is our place. You're the one who comes here to eat with me every time. How could you bring another woman here?" Jiyu Jingze took a deep breath and said, "Since when did this place become our place?" "You." Mo Hualing's face darkened. Lin Che didn't want to get involved in their business. He looked at Jiyu Jingze and Mo Hualing and said, "Why don't you talk slowly? I'll leave first." "Wait." Jiyu Jingze turned around and pulled Lin Che back. Seeing that she wasn't wearing a jacket, he took out the clothes inside and put them on her. "Wait for me in the car," he said to Lin Che in a low voice. Lin Che looked at him. She wanted to ask if he could settle this in such a short time. But seeing that everyone was looking at them, she could only nod and say, "All right." Watching Lin Che leave, Mo Hualing glared at him with murderous eyes. Chapter 102. Jiyu Jingzi looked at Mo Hualing and said, "What's wrong with you, Hualing? Why did you come here to mess around?" Mess around? Was she messing around? Mo Hualing looked at him angrily and said, "Jiyu Jingzi, let me ask you, what's wrong with her? Why did you bring her to our private room?" Jiyu Jingzi looked inside and said, "Since when did this become our private room?" Mo Hualing looked at him in surprise. "Of course, we come here often." Jiyu Jingzi said calmly, "This is just a place I like. Not only have you been here, but my brother, my family, and many of my friends have also been here." Well, Mo Hualing did not know that Jiyu Jingzi would say that. She had always thought that this private room belonged to her and Jiyu Jingzi, because she came here often with him. Later on, when she came on her own, this place would also welcome her. This place was supposed to belong to her and Jiyu Jingzi alone, but now he brought this bitch here. How could he do that? Jiyu Jingzi looked at Mo Hualing and said, "Look at what you're doing. Go back." Mo Hualing grabbed Jiyu Jingzi and refused to leave. "No, but you're eating with her. You're smiling so happily with her." "I'm not happy." Jiyu Jingzi took a deep breath and looked at Mo Hualing patiently. He was a little annoyed and said, "I'm eating with her, but can't I eat with her?" "But..." Mo Hualing gritted her teeth and was speechless. Seeing Jiyu Jingzi's angry expression, Mo Hualing said in a low voice, "Jingzi, I brought my friends here to eat today, but I didn't expect to see you and her. Everyone knows that you and I are a couple, but now I see you with her. I'm so embarrassed. I must have become the woman you abandoned in everyone's eyes. How did I end up like this?" Jiyu Jingzi looked at Mo Hualing and said, "Hualing, don't care about other people's opinions. They're not talking about you." "Of course you don't care." Mo Hualing raised her head and shouted. Jiyu Jingzi looked at Mo Hualing. "You should have told them that I'm already married and not a couple with you. That way, they wouldn't be surprised. They would have laughed at you if they saw you fall." "You..." Mo Hualing's heart was in a mess. "Are you saying that we're not a couple?" "Jingzi, we're still a couple, and you're still mine. You'll divorce her sooner or later. I told you, I'll wait for you. Yes, we will divorce sooner or later, but we haven't divorced yet, so we can only separate for now. We can talk about the future in the future. I've said it before, you can find another man. You have to look forward. No one knows what will happen in the future. When I got married, I never thought about, she never thought that she and Lin Che would have such a day. Now that she heard the word divorce, she actually felt annoyed. He didn't want to remind himself that the day of divorce would come. He felt that he was slowly getting used to being with Lin Che. Never thought about what? Mo Hualing raised her head, afraid that he would say something decisive. However, Jiyu Jingzi just took a deep breath and looked at Mo Hualing. "There's no time limit for my divorce. I don't know when I'll get divorced." Mo Hualing gritted her teeth. "No matter when, I'll wait." "Hualing." Jiyu Jingzi stared at her. "What if I don't get divorced?" "You." Mo Hualing threw herself into his arms. "If you don't get divorced, I'd rather die than let you go. I'd rather die than leave you. Jingzi, you won't not get divorced. You won't. Why won't you get divorced?" Feeling Mo Hualing's tears soaking his clothes, Jiyu Jingzi felt uncomfortable for a while. However, seeing Mo Hualing crying so hard, he still didn't push her away. Knowing Mo Hualing's temper, he didn't say anything else. Jiyu Jingzi didn't know what would happen to him in the future. At this moment, he just felt very confused and blurted out those words. Now that he saw Mo Hualing crying like this, he felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so impulsive and said those words without thinking. However, at that moment, the thought of not getting divorced did disappear in his mind. "All right, don't cry, Hualing." Hearing his voice soften, Mo Hualing knew that she still had a place in his heart. She slowly stopped sobbing. Of course, how could their relationship, which had been built for so many years, be broken just because of Lin Che, who had just appeared. Jiyu Jingzi said, "All right, go eat something. I have to go back first." Mo Hualing nodded obediently. "It's Chinese Valentine's Day in a few days. I want to spend it with you." "It's Chinese Valentine's Day in a few days." "Yes. But, Hualing, the Jiyu family will go on holiday together on Chinese Valentine's Day. I'm afraid I can't spend it with you." Thinking of this, Mo Hualing felt angry. Damn the Jiyu family. What a stupid rule. "All right, you have to make it up to me in the future." After Jiyu Jingzi left, Mo Hualing's friends came out one by one. When they saw that Jiyu Jingzi had another woman by his side, they were all stunned. They didn't expect that Mo Hualing, who had been following Jiyu Jingzi for so many years, was still unable to marry into the Jiyu family. It seemed that Mo Hualing had made a mistake this time. Mo Hualing looked at them and snorted. "What are you looking at? That woman is just a little bitch that his family arranged for him. He still loves me, and only me. Sooner or later, I will kick that little bitch out. Mph, who does she think she is?" When Jiyu Jingzi went out, he saw that Lin Che was sitting in the car, waiting impatiently for someone. Seeing that Jiyu Jingzi had come out, Lin Che's eyes moved and he said, "Have you coaxed her?" Jiyu Jingzi sat in the car. She misunderstood. She thought that this private room belonged to the two of us. "Actually, I often bring my family to this private room, so it's not that special." Lin Che hurriedly said, "You don't have to explain to me. I don't mind. But if you say that to her, she must be furious. She thinks that this is her private room. You actually don't. But it's the truth. If I don't say that, what should I say?" Lin Che thought to himself. This Jiyu Jingzi really had a high IQ in other aspects. But in terms of relationships, why was he so bad? Mo Hualing was able to be with him for so many years because of her strong endurance. Lin Che said, forget it. Anyway, it's useless to tell a love idiot like you." Jiyu Jingzi also knew that he didn't have to explain to her in a hurry. But after coming down, he couldn't help but want to let her know that this place didn't belong to him and Mo Hualing. Just then, the restaurant manager came out and said, "Mr. Jiyu, I want to tell you something." "What?" "A lot of Miss Mo's debts have always been with you." The manager had always thought that Miss Mo was the future Mrs. Jiyu, so he didn't say anything when she put it on Jiyu Jingzi's account. But now, seeing that Jiyu Jingzi had brought another woman, he was a little suspicious. He was afraid that there was a problem, so he quickly showed the account to Jiyu Jingzi. Chapter 103. Jiyu Jingzi looked suspicious. He took the bill and looked at it. Then he froze. Originally, he didn't care much about money. No matter how much he spent on Mo Hualing, he didn't care. But he was still surprised when he saw the bill. Mo Hualing had spent tens of millions of dollars here and there, but he had never known about it. Jiyu Jingzi looked up and said, "From now on, Miss Mo doesn't have to leave the bill with me." The manager nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Jiyu." "What about the previous ones?" Jiyu Jingzi looked at it and said, "Forget about the previous ones." Jiyu Jingzi was a little angry. Hui Ling was too extravagant with her spending. Most importantly, she had never told him about it. Instead, she had put all the bills on him. He wasn't blaming her for spending money. He just felt that she was being wasteful. No matter how expensive the food was, a meal cost tens of thousands of dollars. She could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every time. Moreover, he didn't like being kept in the dark. Jiyu Jingzi thought that this was a punishment for her so that she wouldn't be so unscrupulous in the future. Lin Che couldn't help but say, "What happened? Did she spend a lot of money?" Jiyu Jingzi looked at her and lowered his head in deep thought. Lin Che couldn't help but say, "Maybe she's a lady from a wealthy family. She's used to being extravagant." Jiyu Jingzi looked at her and said, "Hui Ling has always been willful. Yeah. You rich people aren't like us poor people. $10,000 is a huge sum of money. Maybe money is just a number in your eyes and that's why you spend it so much." Jiyu Jingzi looked at her speechlessly and shook his head. But thinking about how she treated tens of thousands of dollars as a huge sum of money, He felt that she was actually quite cute. I know, but she's really too much. No matter what, it's not right for her to spend my money like that. I don't care how much I spend, but at least I know about it and I take the initiative. She didn't tell me about it. It really makes me. Maybe she thinks that it doesn't matter if she doesn't tell you. Based on your relationship, her money is your money, and your money is her money. Lin Che didn't realize that there was a hint of jealousy in his words. Jiyu Jingze looked at her with a dark face. How is that possible? My money is your money, so it doesn't matter if you spend it. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat, but he looked at him and said, it's only temporary. I won't be able to spend it after the divorce. No, I should spend more of your money as soon as possible. Otherwise, other women will spend it all. Okay. I'll give you all the money when I get back. From now on, you'll be in charge of our money, okay? Really? That's good. Mph, aren't you afraid that I'll spend it all? Jiyu Jingze looked at her. She tilted her head and looked adorable. Jiyu Jingze said, it's a lot of money. If you can spend it all, it's a kind of ability. Jiyu Jingze raised his hand and signaled the driver to start the car. However, he felt that his hand was extremely uncomfortable. Lin Che could feel him reaching out to grab it. His expression was also somewhat pained, and he couldn't help but look over. He took a deep breath, pulled open his chest, and saw that there was already a rash. It was his old illness acting up. He remembered that Mo Hualing had been lying on it and crying everywhere. It was probably because of this that his illness acted up. Oh my God, what is this? Lin Che was shocked. He looked at the dense red rash. It was really ugly. Jiyu Jingze said to the driver, forget it. Go straight to Chen Yuqing's. It was the first time Lin Che had seen his illness act up, and he was so shocked that his face turned red. What is this? Does it hurt? Is it itchy? Does it feel uncomfortable? Jiyu Jingze shook his head and covered it. Don't look at it. It's very ugly. Lin Che quickly said, all right, why cover it up? It's better for ventilation. Don't cover it up. So what if it's ugly? It's just a rash, not a flower. It's very pretty. Although his words were rough, Jiyu Jingze almost laughed when he heard it. He followed Lin Che all the way to Chen Yuqing's place. When they entered, Chen Yuqing was already waiting. He had already been informed that Jiyu Jingze's illness was acting up, and he was on his way. When he saw the illness, he looked at Jiyu Jingze speechlessly and then looked at Lin Che, who was following beside him. It's not because of Madam, is it? Lin Che quickly said, it can't be. We've never done this before. Chen Yuqing smiled. Previously, you guys often touched each other's chests. This doctor was too gossipy. Lin Che glared at him. Chen Yuqing asked, then who could touch it here? Jiyu Jingze also glared at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing had touched his sore spot. Looking at Jiyu Jingze's dark face, Chen Yuqing realized that he had said the wrong thing. But it was too late. Lin Che snorted and said, do you even need to ask? I saw Miss Mo just now. With that, Lin Che looked up at Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze, I understand that you haven't been intimate with Miss Mo for a long time, and you can't help it, but you have to pay attention to your own illness. Chen Yuqing burst into laughter and looked at Jiyu Jingze gloatingly. Jiyu Jingze quickly explained, she threw herself on me and cried. I couldn't push her away. He meant that he hadn't done anything too intimate, so he shouldn't listen to Chen Yuqing's provocation. Chen Yuqing smiled and looked at the two of them. Jiyu Jingze took the medicine and after a while, he started to have a fever again. Lin Che could only watch from the side. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze didn't look too good, he walked over and said, what's wrong? Are you feeling bad? Jiyu Jingze held his head and looked at Lin Che. He didn't say anything and just nodded silently. But it was this look that made people's hearts ache. Lin Che looked at him and could only walk over. Why do you still have a fever after taking the medicine? Jiyu Jingze said, the side effect of the medicine is that I get a fever, so I don't take it easily. Lin Che looked at him. Why did Miss Mo get so serious when she touched you? Jiyu Jingze said, Chen Yuqing's research found that it has to do with the enzymes produced by the human body. Everyone's production is different. Blood type and hormones can affect the enzymes produced by the human body, so some people get very serious when they touch it. Ah, then why was I fine when I touched you? Jiyu Jingzi narrowed his eyes and looked at her. I don't know. Maybe it's God's will, Jiyu Jingzi said, but we haven't had much contact. Who knows when it will happen again? We haven't had much contact. Lin Che blushed. She thought about how he had taken advantage of her these days. Needless to say, they had touched each other at the hotel the first time. Jiyu Jingzi said, after all, the first time was short. Also, because it was too unexpected, I didn't observe my body. Is there anything wrong with that? As he spoke, he inched closer. His eyes scanned her body back and forth like a spotlight, as though he wanted to see the deepest part of her body. Chapter 104. You. Lin Che hit him on the shoulder again. How dare you mention it? How dare you say it? What's wrong? And it wasn't just once that night. Lin Che still remembered clearly that he was a beast that night, torturing her a few times in one night. Jiyu Jingzi's eyes flashed. He looked at Lin Che slyly. You remember it so clearly. Lin Che suddenly felt that something was wrong. What was he talking about? Jiyu Jingzi smiled and moved closer to Lin Che's face. What do you remember? Tell me. You. I don't remember anything. Lin Che's eyes darted around. She quickly leaned back to avoid Jiyu Jingzi's gaze. However, her wrists were held down by him. He moved closer to her face and carefully looked at every expression on her face. Tell me, what do you remember? Do you remember how I took off your clothes and how I pressed you under me? I don't remember, Lin Che said awkwardly. You really don't remember? He smiled. I still remember it clearly. Jiyu Jingzi smiled and said, and I really didn't see it clearly that day. We were in a hurry, and I was in a daze. I only touched you with my hands. I really don't remember what your body looked like, and I don't remember anything strange about myself either. Why don't you let me touch you again? Get lost, you pervert. I don't believe you. Lin Che quickly ran away. He turned back and saw Jiyu Jingzi laughing heartily, looking very happy. Lin Che said, you must have forgotten that you're still sick. Jiyu Jingzi then remembered that he still had a fever. He touched his forehead. Miraculously, he would feel very uncomfortable after taking medicine in the past. But now, perhaps because he was playing with her, he didn't feel very uncomfortable anymore. Jiyu Jingzi looked down. The rash had gone down a lot, so he decided to go back with Lin Che. Chen Yucheng passed the medicine to Jiyu Jingzi. You still have to take medicine every day. Your condition today is so serious. It must be because you didn't take your medicine. Jiyu Jingzi took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Lin Che said, really? Jiyu Jingzi, why didn't you take your medicine on time? Jiyu Jingzi glared at her. Chen Yucheng smiled and said, this medicine still has side effects. It's not very comfortable to take it, but Jingzi is just used to it, so he doesn't feel anything. He will definitely feel very uncomfortable when he takes it for the first time. Lin Che looked at the bottle of medicine. It seemed that Jiyu Jingzi's tolerance was really strong. The medicine used for such a strange disease must be extraordinary. It must be different from the medicine she usually took. Chen Yucheng looked at Jiyu Jingzi with a smile and said, it seems that Miss Mo's saliva didn't get into your mouth the last time you came to brush your teeth. I guess it was just a touch and then she let go. Why did you have such a big reaction? You've been brushing your teeth for a few hours. If her saliva got into your mouth would have rotted. Jiyu Jingzi looked at Chen Yucheng. Chen Yucheng was stunned by the threat in his eyes. He hurriedly looked at Lin Che, but the words had already left his mouth, and he could not take them back. Of course, Lin Che heard it. His gaze froze for a moment, but those words were relentlessly replaying in his mind. What touch, what saliva, what Miss Mo? Lin Che knew that they must be talking about Mo Hualing. When had they ever been so intimate? Lin Che shook his head and thought to himself that this was actually normal. They were a couple, so what was the big deal about kissing each other? For a moment, he couldn't help but forget that his illness was nothing. Chen Yucheng saw this and hurriedly said, Madam, please don't misunderstand. President Ji didn't do it on purpose that day. Lin Che hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, how could that be? It's normal whether he did it on purpose or not. Oh, I'll go see where the car is parked and call the driver over. Seeing Lin Che leave, Chen Yucheng's other words were stuck in his mouth. Chen Yucheng looked at Ji Jingze apologetically. He hadn't noticed. Ji Jingze looked at him with a dark face. Chen Yucheng hurriedly said, President Ji, I didn't say anything. I know. President Ji, why is your face so dark? What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm just thinking that you've been with me for so long and there's no effect on my illness. Should I try another doctor? The next day, Yu Minmin told Lin Che that the company was going to hold a celebration party for her to celebrate her award. Being able to win a Panda Award was definitely not an ordinary award. Although it was only a newcomer award, it was still something to be happy about for the company. In addition, Lin Che dominated the headlines that day. He walked the red carpet with Ji Jingyu, interacted with them at the scene, won the award, and was interviewed afterwards. Lin Che's appearance was all in the headlines. The company was very satisfied with this, so they decided to hold a celebration for Lin Che. Lin Che said, Sister Yu, this is a little too grand. Yu Minmin smiled and said, You deserve it. Go back and get ready. Come to the party tonight. I'll call the nanny car to pick you up. Tell me the time. Okay. Thank you, Sister Yu. Yu Minmin sent Lin Che out. When she returned to her office, her phone rang. Seeing the number, she took a deep breath and picked it up. Dad, what's up? Did you get someone to tell the Liu family that I'm not allowed to enter the casino? Papa, you sounded agitated over the phone. Yu Minmin said, Didn't you say you wanted to quit gambling? I think it'll be a little difficult to quit from you. Isn't it better to quit from the casino? The Liu family's casino was the biggest in B City. Other casinos couldn't open up because of them. That was why it was Papa Yu's favorite place to go. Papa Yu roared, even more agitated over the phone. How could you do this? Minmin, tell them not to stop me. I've been chased out every time I've gone in. I've been chased out of every casino I've gone to. If you do this, how can I turn the tables on the things I've lost in the past? The things you've lost are my hard-earned money. How can you turn the tables on me? I didn't do anything. What are you doing? Yu Minmin said. I don't care how you do it. You have to let me in. Otherwise, I'll go to your company and make a scene. You can do it. The security guards won't let you in this time. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined? I'll really go and make a scene. I'll let everyone know that you're an unfilial daughter. Yu Minmin sneered. Go ahead. My reputation is already terrible. It won't affect me even if you tarnish it. Do you think I'm afraid of being tarnished? With that, she hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Lin Che returned home. Before he entered the house, he saw Mo Hualing walking over from afar. Chapter 105. Mo Hualing was nearby, and when she saw Lin Che, she smiled and walked over step by step. Miss Lin. The more charming her smile was, the more disgusted Lin Che felt. Mo Hualing was getting more and more unfathomable when she did things. Miss Mo, are you here to see Ji Jingze? You can go in. Mo Hualing smiled and said, No, I just bought a house nearby. I just moved here today, so I came to say hello to the neighbors. Lin Che was stunned. She bought a house near here? Didn't that mean that he would see her often in the future? Lin Che felt annoyed. He really wanted to say that Mo Hualing was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Mo Hualing pointed to a small building not far away and said, That's my new home. Come visit me when you're free. Lin Che looked in that direction. It was a villa that was much smaller than this one. Of course, the Jiyu family was unique in this area. The house was shockingly big, and the other houses next to it were much smaller. Mo Hualing actually wanted to buy a bigger house because she was angry, but it was already the biggest house in the area. Ji Jingze's house was built by himself, and he hired a French architect to build it. It was beautiful, Comfortable, big and luxurious, like a palace, but it cost a lot. Mo Hualing naturally couldn't afford it, but she could buy a small villa next to it. Mo Hualing proudly told Lin Che, "It's a pity that there aren't any bigger ones here, and Jingza desperately wants me to live nearby, so I bought a small one for the time being. It's only around 400 square meters. However, if it's just me and Jingza, it's actually more than enough. Furthermore, it's a bit smaller, but it seems more cozy, right? I've always felt that Jingza's house has too many servants coming and going, and that's why I've never liked going to the Jiyu family. Don't you think so, Lin Che? I'm sure you've experienced it firsthand. In Jingza's house, you've probably never had a quiet moment, right?" Lin Che could tell that Mo Hualing was showing off. He looked at Mo Hualing and smiled. "Luckily, the servants in the Jiyu family aren't as messy as you think. They've been trained and won't walk around. They only come out when there's an emergency." "Really? I don't know. When I'm with Jingza, he doesn't let the servants come out to disturb us," Lin Che said. Lin Che said, "It's just a pity that even if the two of you are in a world of your own, he can't touch you. I know that he seems to be quite sick with Miss Mo." "You." Mo Hualing was hit where it hurt. She could only glare at Lin Che fiercely. "He can't touch me, and he can't touch you either. What are you so proud of?" Mo Hualing didn't know how Jiyu Jingza and Lin Che interacted. She didn't know that Jiyu Jingza had never acted up when he was with Lin Che. Lin Che didn't argue with her. He just looked inside and said to Mo Hualing, "I wish Miss Mo a pleasant stay then." Mo Hualing snorted and watched Lin Che enter the Jiyu family's mansion in a high-profile manner. The security guard at the door nodded at her respectfully and closed the door. Mo Hualing looked at the high wall and felt depressed. This was supposed to be her home. "Humph, I'll let you stay here for a while. Lin Che, I'll kick you out of here sooner or later." When Lin Che returned home, he was still unhappy at the thought of Mo Hualing not far away. He asked the servant to find some clothes for him and put them on. Lin Che went out and decided to drive his car to the company at night. She was in a bad mood, so she drove to distract herself. Although she had obtained her driver's license with great difficulty under the training of a professional coach, she had never driven a car before. Seeing that she was going to drive, the servant said cautiously, "Madam, why don't we ask the driver to drive?" Lin Che said, "I bought a car for my convenience. It's troublesome to ask the driver to drive. It's okay. I'll learn how to drive sooner or later. I'll be leaving now." Hearing Lin Che's words, the servant thought that he was right. Although she was really worried about her, she still let her drive. She bought a car for the sake of driving. She couldn't just leave it at home every day. Outside, Mo Hualing was still waiting for Jiyu Jingza to come back. However, he saw that Lin Che was actually driving a car out. The car was very eye-catching. Of course, she could tell that it was a woman's car. But Lin Che had been thoroughly investigated. She was an illegitimate daughter and had no money at all. Her family was in dire straits. How could a poor wretch like her afford this car? She must have coaxed Jiyu Jingza into buying it for her. Mo Hualing was furious. Lin Che had said that she harbored evil intentions, but she had still pretended to be innocent. Now she was finally showing her true colors. But what was more hateful was that Jiyu Jingza had really bought her a car. Mo Hualing rushed over angrily. "Lin Che, stop!" she shouted as she ran over recklessly. Lin Che was a little guilty about driving. Luckily, this was the wealthy area of the villa, so there weren't many people here. He had wanted to practice on the road, but unexpectedly, he saw Mo Hualing and rushed over. "Ah, get out of the way, Mo Hualing, get out of the way." She was a newbie. She was nervous enough when she saw someone, let alone when she rushed over. Mo Hualing ran over. Lin Che couldn't dodge in time and bumped into her. Mo Hualing fell to the ground. Lin Che was shocked. Seeing Mo Hualing jump up, he shouted, "Lin Che, you want to kill me? Come over here and see how I'll deal with you. Don't even think about leaving. I won't let you off today." She could still jump up and seemed to be fine. Lin Che glared at her angrily. "You don't care about your life and you're blaming others? Humph, it's good that you're not dead. I won't play with you anymore." She still had to go to the company. She didn't have time for Mo Hualing. With that, Lin Che returned to the car and drove away. Mo Hualing was so angry that she could only shout from behind, "Lin Che, come back here. You just wait. Jiyu Jingze won't let you off." Mo Hualing sat on the ground and called Jiyu Jingze. "Jingze, I got into a car accident. Come quickly." "What? Where did you get into a car accident?" I'm at the entrance of the Jiyu residence." "What?" Jiyu Jingze was surprised. The cars there usually drove very slowly because there were warning signs and speed limits. How did she get into a car accident there? Soon, they arrived. Jiyu Jingze saw Mo Hualing sitting on the ground. He hurriedly asked someone to help Mo Hualing up. Mo Hualing's leg was injured and she screamed in pain, "Jingze, you have to stand up for me. Look, Lin Che wanted to kill me with the car. Look at my leg." She pulled up her skirt. Her ankles and knees were obviously damaged by the car accident. Jiyu Jingze said in surprise, "Lin Che drove out?" This Lin Che had never driven out before. Why did she drive? Chapter 106. Jiyu Jingze asked someone to help Mo Hualing into the car. Then, he took her to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor quickly gave Mo Hualing a checkup. Mo Hualing cried all the way and kept saying that she was in so much pain. Jiyu Jingze could only comfort Mo Hualing. The doctor quickly took out the checkup results and said to Jiyu Jingze, "Mr. Jiyu, Miss Mo's knee is just bruised and the cartilage of her ankle is also damaged, but it should be fine. Rest for a few days. Don't let your knees get wet and don't walk too much. You'll get better." Hearing that, Mo Hualing raised her head indignantly and shouted, "What do you mean I'm fine? Do you know how to treat patients? Call the best doctor in your hospital. I'm in so much pain. How can I be fine?" The doctor looked at Mo Hualing awkwardly. "Miss Mo, I can't help you if you don't believe in my treatment. But your X-ray shows that your bones are not hurt, so it should be fine." "Chimph, I don't care. I'm in so much pain now. You have to stop the pain. And I won't let the culprit off." Hearing Mo Hualing's words, Jiyu Jingze looked down at her. "Hualing, it's done." Mo Hualing raised her head and looked at Jiyu Jingze. "What? Are you going to let Lin Che off? She hit me on purpose. I'm not done with her." Jiyu Jingze was annoyed. He looked at Mo Hualing and said, "Lin Che just learned how to drive. He's not very good at it. Even if she hit you accidentally, she didn't do it on purpose. Maybe she just didn't control herself well enough." "What?" Mo Hualing looked at Jiyu Jingze in surprise. "She didn't control herself well enough to hit me like this. She saw me. She did it on purpose." Jiyu Jingze frowned and said, "She didn't control herself well enough even if she saw you. That's why she can't drive steadily. Even if she saw someone, she might not be able to avoid it. After all, she's a newbie. She didn't do it on purpose. I know she's not that kind of person." "You." Mo Hualing bit her lip and looked at Jiyu Jingze sadly with tears in her eyes. "You're always on her side. Even if she did it on purpose, you should say that she didn't do it on purpose, right? How is that possible?" Seeing Mo Hualing's tears, Jiyu Jingze became more agitated. He was a little worried about Lin Che, who was driving around in the car. He was anxious to appease Mo Hualing so that he could deal with the matters outside. "Hualing, when we find Lin Che, I'll personally ask him what's going on. But right now, you still need to focus on your treatment. Cartilage damage also needs to be treated. Don't worry about others for now, just focus on recovering first." Hearing that, Mo Hualing looked at her ankle. She thought that Jiyu Jingze cared about her and asked her to recover first because he didn't want her to be in pain, so she nodded and said to him, "Then ask the doctor to prescribe the best medicine for me. I'm in so much pain." "All right." Jiyu Jingze waved at the doctor and asked him to leave. She also asked the doctor if there was really a problem, and then asked the doctor to prescribe medicine for her to have an intravenous drip. The doctor said that there was indeed no problem. It was just a small injury and the pain was only temporary. It shouldn't be that painful. It was just that Miss Mo was too precious and had never suffered such pain before. They would prescribe the best medicine. Hearing that, Jiyu Jingza nodded. He looked at the time. Lin Che had already been gone for an hour. He wondered where he had gone at this time. He turned around and looked at Mo Hualing. The nurse was giving her an injection, and she kept screaming in pain. It hurts so much. Don't you know how to give injections? Can you be gentler? He sighed. He thought that Mo Hualing had indeed never suffered any injuries. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Mo family and had been pampered since she was young. But when he remembered that Lin Che had hurt her, she acted as if nothing had happened. She didn't even scream in pain. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that no one cared about Lin Che since he was young. He waved his hand and called his security personnel. Mobilize the entire city. We must find Madam as soon as possible. Lin Che was really worrying for him, running around like this. When Lina drove away, her heart was still full of anger. This Mo Hualing had just moved in and she was already looking for trouble for her. There would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Thinking about it, she felt that life was hopeless. She had the thought of simply moving out. Out of sight, out of mind. The driving became smoother and smoother. But Lin Che was still a little nervous. As she drove, she saw that Minute had called. She couldn't help but want to pick up the call. But unexpectedly, she was still driving and in a moment of carelessness, the car tilted to one side. Lin Che threw down the phone and hurriedly went to hold the steering wheel. But she still couldn't stop the car from careening to the side. Lin Che screamed in shock. She felt the car crashing into a low wall and the whole car started to tilt. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that her car was on the bridge. It was swaying unsteadily. It was as if the car would fall if she moved a little. It turned out that she had been driving on the viaduct just now. Now her car had hit a low pier on one side and was blocked by the iron fence above. However, the iron fence had been damaged. Although it couldn't fall down for the time being and was hanging on it, it probably wouldn't last long. Lin Che was scared out of her wits. Looking at the cars going back and forth below her, her heart was thumping wildly. She clutched her chest and said, "I'm dead, I'm dead. Am I really going to die here? I still have a lot of things to do." Someone below naturally called the police in time. The traffic police arrived very quickly. When they saw the situation, they really couldn't help but complain. "Who's up there? Why did they drive there? Hurry up and seal off the viaduct. They seem to be driving a luxury car. It looks like a woman is driving it. A female driver is indeed a killer on the road. She has money to burn. Why would a woman drive a car? She deserves to be hit like this." The people below were discussing how to fix the car so that it wouldn't fall and then save her. However, seeing how the car was swaying, no one dared to go forward rashly. If they bumped into it and the car fell, who would be to blame? It seemed that the person in the car wasn't an ordinary person. They were afraid that they couldn't afford to offend her. If they came looking for them, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the higher-ups weren't in a hurry to save her. Instead, they held a meeting to discuss who should be sent over. In this short while, Lin Che was really anxious. She could hear the sirens of the police cars and ambulances, but she couldn't see anyone rushing over to save her. Lin Che had just thrown her phone away and couldn't find it for a while. At this moment, looking at the situation, Lin Che couldn't call for help no matter how hard she tried. If she really died here, she could only say that it was all fate, but Jiyu Jingza. When the time came, Jiyu Jingza would definitely not have to worry so much. If she died, he would be free. Chapter 107. In the hospital. Mo Hualing was hooked up to an 4 drip. She looked at Jiyu Jingza sadly and said, "Jingza, it hurts. Look, has my wound gotten bigger?" Jiyu Jingza looked down. It was actually just a small scratch. He lowered his head and said to her, "You're fine. Don't be afraid." Mo Hualing pouted and said, "What if it leaves a scar? I hate scars the most. Look, there's no scar on my leg at all. If it leaves a scar, I'll hate that damned Lin Che to death." All right, it's just a scratch. There won't be any big scars, he said. Lin Che didn't do it on purpose. Don't always blame her. Anyway, you're so sure that she didn't do it on purpose. I'm saying that she did it on purpose. Otherwise, why would she hit me instead of anyone else? Jiyu Jingze knew that he couldn't get through to her, so he didn't say anything else. He only said to her, "Come and watch TV for a while. Don't think too much." Jiyu Jingze passed the remote control to her. He raised his wrist to look at the time. A while had passed. Why was Lin Che still nowhere to be found? That damned girl. Where did she go? Mo Hualing was bored to death. She took the remote control and started to change the channel. However, as she was changing the channel, she suddenly saw an emergency news. We just received news that a Porsche got stuck on a viaduct due to a car accident, causing a traffic jam. The number of casualties in the car is still unknown. It's said that a young woman was driving alone. We still don't know if she was drunk. The scene is currently undergoing emergency rescue, but because the car is in a dangerous position, it's difficult to carry out the rescue plan. Mo Hualing was about to change the channel indifferently when Jiyu Jingze stopped her. He quietly raised his head and looked at the TV above, his eyes fixed on it. The image flashed across the TV. It was the yellow Porsche that was stuck on the viaduct. Lin Che. Jiyu Jingze didn't know that he had called out Lin Che's name in a moment of shock. When Mo Hualing heard Lin Che's name, she quickly took a closer look. It was indeed the car that she had seen before. Did Lin Che get into a car accident? Mo Hualing was so happy that she forgot about the pain in her foot. She clapped her hands and felt the pleasure of revenge. She deserves it. Look, this is retribution. Who asked her to bump into me on purpose? Now even the heavens can't stand it and punish her. Jiyu Jingze lowered his head and frowned at Mo Hualing. Mo Hualing didn't notice Jiyu Jingze's gloomy expression. She was overjoyed at the thought that Lin Che was in danger and might die soon. It would be great if Lin Che died like this. Then Jiyu Jingze would be hers again. Mo Hualing raised her head and said, "Enrich, this is what they mean by bringing evil upon oneself. Serves you right." Jiyu Jingze shook off Mo Hualing's hand that was grabbing his sleeve. Only then did Mo Hualing realize that the person beside her was staring at her with cold eyes. For a moment, Mo Hualing wondered if she had said something nonsense just now. However, she hated Lin Che to begin with. Moreover, Lin Che's car accident wasn't because of her. So what if she said those words? "What's wrong, Jingze?" she asked in surprise. Jiyu Jingze looked at her darkly and said, "Hualing, how could you say that? Even if she's someone you don't know, she's still alive. She's a person. A person is about to die because of an accident. How can this be something to be happy about? How could you say that she deserves it? Is she really that sinful?" I didn't mean it that way," Mo Hualing said. "I was just saying. You know that I'm a straightforward person, but I don't have any bad intentions." Jiyu Jingze was very disappointed. He looked at her deeply and raised his head to look up. His jaw was obviously already tensed up into a straight line. Then he walked out just like that. "Hey, Jingze, where are you going?" Mo Hualing looked inside angrily. She thought to herself resentfully, "Serves you right. Serves you right. You'd better fall to your death. You'd better be unrecognizable. Jingze won't even want to look at you anymore." On the bridge, there were many people watching the scene of the car accident. The bureau chief was leisurely giving out instructions. He held a water bottle and looked at the car curiously. "Whose car is this? Why haven't I seen it before? It looks like a new car. Could it be that it's from a powerful family? How could it be? Those powerful families have their car plates recorded. We'd definitely take a detour if we saw them. This car might be some nouveau riche. I've never seen it before." At this moment, someone outside sent news. Bureau chief, bad news. There's a group of people outside saying that the person in the car is Madame Jiyu. They're asking why we haven't saved her yet." "Which Jiyu family? Which Jiyu family?" "It's the Jiyu family in our country, see. Fuck." The bureau chief's water bottle fell to the ground. He didn't have time to look at it. He quickly grabbed the binoculars and looked at the scene of the car accident. Now, Bureau Chief, what should we do? Someone beside him asked carefully. What else can we do? The chief turned around and rushed out. Hurry up and save him. If you want to die, then don't. If you don't want to die, then stay here. Hurry up and save him. If anyone dares to dawdle, I'll throw them under the bridge. Outside, the reporters were immediately chased away. Hurry up and leave. We're not allowed to take photos inside. We're not allowed to take photos. Hey, we were allowed to take photos just now. Why aren't we allowed to take photos now? The reporter said in a daze. The reporter wanted to write a report on sensitive and interesting words like the female driver and the accident of the luxury car. Anyway, you're not allowed to take photos or write about it. If you write about it, you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't blame me for not warning you. The reporter was immediately chased away. This time, no one dared to shirk responsibility or play a game of kicking the ball. They went up and used the most advanced equipment to quickly pull the car back. Lin Che originally thought that she was definitely going to die this time. Those people didn't dare to move because they thought that she was hopeless. But after a while, a group of people rushed up and pulled her down. The bureau chief personally came to see her. Ah, Madam Gu, are you injured? Hurry up and get a stretcher. Let's save her first. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just a scratch, Lin Che hurriedly replied. The people outside looked on curiously. They were just watching the show just now. How did it end so quickly? Someone on the side said, it said that they only found out that the people in the Che Mountain are powerful figures. Those people stopped playing football and quickly got them down. The reporters were chased away too. They're not allowed to take photos anymore. Ah, what kind of big shot is he? He's so powerful that even the bureau chief is afraid of him. But there had always been a lot of rich people in B City. The bureau chief was probably used to it. This time, the commotion was so big. It seemed like it was really a super big shot that they couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 108. As Lin Che was being carried out, she saw Jiyu Jingze walking towards her. He opened the car door and alighted from the car. The wind on the bridge was strong and for a moment, the wind blew against his sleeves. His clothes were unbuttoned, revealing a white shirt inside and a dark blue blazer on the outside. The blazer fluttered in the wind and he looked very carefree. Jiyu Jingze walked over in a few steps. When someone saw that Jiyu Jingze had really come, they hurriedly stepped aside. Jiyu Jingze quickly came to Lin Che's side. Lin Che had just been on the brink of death and had once thought that she would never see Jiyu Jingze again. She had been so afraid just now, but now that she saw Jiyu Jingze, she relaxed momentarily and started trembling. Yes, she almost couldn't see Jiyu Jingze just now. She had almost died. Looking at Jiyu Jingze, she stretched out her hand. Jiyu Jingze, looking at Lin Che's pale little face and his lips that had turned blue from fright, she was both angry and anxious. She really wanted to come up and scold her, but looking at Lin Che's current state, she could only turn her hand to grab her wrist and pull her into her arms. Hugging Lin Che for a moment, she felt that her previously unstable heart had calmed down. Although it had only been a few minutes, it felt as if every second felt like a year. Watching the news, he didn't even dare to look at the car hanging from the sky. Just one look and he felt so frustrated that he wanted to jump out of the car so that he could personally save her. But he wasn't Superman and he couldn't fly. He could only hurry and call for help. He had to calm down and not panic first. There was no time to worry or be afraid. At that time, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to save her. Now that he finally saw that she was safe and sound, he started to feel afraid. If she had fallen from here just now, she would have died without a doubt. This damned woman, did she even know what that meant? She actually dared to drive out on her own. She really didn't want to live. If she died, Jiyu Jingze couldn't imagine what the world would be like without her. Looking at Lin Che's little face, he couldn't bear to scold her. He could only carry her and rush to the hospital. In the car, Lin Che also knew to be afraid. She kept hugging his waist, sat on his body, and hugged him tightly. That feeling actually neutralized the anger in his heart a lot. He looked down at her tightly wrapped hands, and her head was obediently pressed against his chest, motionless, like an injured deer, and instantly became obedient. Smiling, he hugged Lin Che's body tightly and looked ahead, feeling unprecedentedly calm. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Jiyu Jingze asked the doctor to quickly examine her. The doctor looked at Lin Che and said, "I don't want there to be any scars." Jiyu Jingze looked at it and frowned. He lowered his head and said to the doctor, "I don't want it to have a scar." The doctor raised his head and said hurriedly, "Mr. Jiyu, don't worry. It's just a scratch. There shouldn't be any scars. We'll handle it carefully." As the doctor spoke, he became even more nervous. His hand moved, and Lin Che's thigh shrank. The doctor was shocked and said, "I'm sorry. I must have used too much force." Jiyu Jingze frowned too. "Be careful, okay?" Lin Che said, "It's okay, it's okay. Why are you so fierce?" She looked at the young and pretty doctor. "Take your time. It's okay. It's just a small wound. It won't hurt. The more nervous you are, the worse it will be." Jiyu Jingze glared at her. "Small wound?" Lin Che said, "Forget it. It's much better than the aortic hemorrhage. It's just a small wound. When I was learning to ride a bike, I often got scratched like this. It's okay. It'll scab in a few days and won't look like a wound in a year." "A year?" Jiyu Jingze's face darkened. "Doctor, I don't want it to take a year." The doctor looked at Jiyu Jingze awkwardly. "Well, it's impossible to not see it at all. It'll probably be a little uneven with the surrounding skin, but it won't be a big wound." Seeing this, Lin Che said hurriedly, "I can cover it with foundation." "Okay, doctor, take your time." Jiyu Jingze glared at the talkative woman. She still wouldn't shut up at a time like this. Jiyu Jingze looked at her. "Confiscate the car." Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze in disbelief. "Why?" Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "You still dare to say why? You're not allowed to drive anymore." I. Was she careless this time? Jiyu Jingze found it strange. She was completely different from Mo Hualing. Mo Hualing screamed earth-shatteringly over a small wound, but she was so carefree here when she almost died. He really didn't know what her heart was made of. Lin Che said, "You're the one who bought the car for me. It'll be bad if I don't drive it." Lin Che tugged at his sleeve carefully. "I'll be careful in the future. You gave me a present. I don't want it to gather dust in the garage." Hearing her say this, Jiyu Jingze's heart softened. However, thinking of what happened today, he still said sternly, "I'll get you a driver. Anyway, don't ever think about driving again in this lifetime." Lin Che pouted. How domineering. Jiyu Jingze glared at her. "I shouldn't have bought you a car in the first place. The next time he gave her a present, it would be better to give her something milder. Otherwise, he didn't know how this woman would have played him to death." "Isn't that because you bought it for me?" Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingze said, "I miscalculated and overestimated your IQ. Now I know that you're not just a road killer. You're a road psycho killer." Lin Che said, "It's not that dangerous." "It's not dangerous," Lin Che thought. All right, it was a little dangerous, but she didn't have to be so fierce. "I was too excited and forgot to drive, so I couldn't answer the phone." Jiyu Jingze was thinking about getting her a personal assistant. If he didn't remind her, she would forget everything. Lin Che remembered, "I still need to call Sister Yu. Hey, why is my phone missing?" Only then did she remember that the phone had disappeared. Jiyu Jingze passed the phone to Lin Che. "Use mine first." "Oh, okay." Lin Che took it and remembered that she didn't know his number. Jiyu Jingze glared at her gloomily and said to Qin Hao, who was outside the door, "You have Yu Minmin's number, right?" Qin Hao was an omnipotent person. Lin Che really admired him for getting whatever he wanted. Hearing Jiyu Jingze's question, she quickly gave him the number. Lin Che took Jiyu Jingze's phone and quickly called Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin picked up the phone and asked curiously, "Hello." Chapter 109. It's me, Sister Yu, she said. Yu Minmin exploded when she heard Lin Che's voice. Hey, what's wrong with you, Lin Che? If I see you, I'll definitely kill you. Why didn't you answer the phone? The company is trying to kill me. I've been looking for you everywhere. I almost turned B City upside down. Hearing Yu Minmin's angry voice, Lin Che closed his eyes and listened to her roar before saying, I almost died, and it was because of you. What? Yu Minmin stopped and said. Lin Che said, it's your fault for calling me. I was driving at the time, and then Lin Che gave a brief account of what happened. When Yu Minmin heard this, she exclaimed, Are you serious? Yu Minmin said gloomily, When did you learn to drive? I didn't know you were driving. I'm sorry. How are you? Are you in the hospital? I'll go over and see you. I'll tell someone at the company to forget about the celebration party and give you some consolation money. Lin Che said, Okay. I'm not blaming you. You don't have X-ray vision. How could you know I was driving? I knew I was driving. I'm still a beginner. I shouldn't have answered the phone when I heard it ring. Okay, you're used to being muddle-headed. Hey, where's your phone? What's with this number? I used Jiyu Jing's phone, Lin Che said. On the other side, Yu Minmin was holding the phone. She looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, No way. This is Jiyu Jing's phone number. Aya, why are you so loud? My ears are going to fall off, Lin Che said, rubbing his ears. Yu Minmin said in surprise, I know Jiyu Jing's phone number. No way, I have Jiyu Jing's phone number. How much do you think this number can be sold for? 200,000 yuan per person. Will people buy it? Of course they will. People will line up to buy it, Yu Minmin said exaggeratedly. Lin Che said speechlessly, Sell it. What are you talking about? Of course I'm joking. But Jiyu Jing's number is really valuable. I'll save it later. Ah. Lin Che said, You're not really going to sell it, are you? Of course not. Yu Minmin said, Even if I want to sell myself, someone has to believe me. If someone sees Jiyu Jing's name on my phone, they'll think that I'm just randomly looking for a phone number and pretending to be Jiyu Jing's. All right. Lin Che told Yu Minmin that he was only lightly injured and that he would be going home soon. Yu Minmin then told her about tomorrow's plans and arrangements, telling her to rest well first and take her time with the rest. Lin Che was indeed frightened out of his wits. At this moment, he needed to go back and take a good rest. After she hung up, Jiyu Jing's was looking at her. Seeing that the color had returned to her face very quickly, he said to her, Stay in the hospital tonight. No way. I've checked everything. I'm fine. I still want to go home. It's too noisy here. I can't sleep. We can go to the VIP ward in case you have something on tonight. Jiyu Jing's, I really don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Do you want to go home? Jiyu Jing's was still a little hesitant. After all, she had been in a serious car accident. However, Lin Che pulled him and kept saying, I want to go home, Jiyu Jing's. It's so good to go home. We can do whatever we want. It's too boring here. Our home. These three words suddenly made Jiyu Jing's feel a little different. Home was too unfamiliar to Jiyu Jing's. To him, it was the honorary title of family that he was familiar with. But he had never thought of a small home for two people. Looking helplessly at Lin Che, who was acting coquettishly, he said, All right, go home. Rest when you're home. Don't try to cause trouble again. Yes, I will. Lin Che immediately made a yes sir gesture. Jiyu Jing's tense face was instantly tickled. Jiyu Jing's and Lin Che walked home. Just then, Jiyu Jing's saw a call from Mo Hualing. Lin Che saw the flashing number. Jiyu Jing's looked at it and didn't want to pick it up. However, Lin Che raised an eyebrow and said, Hurry up and pick it up. Miss Mo will be angry later. They were so close now. What if she got angry and rushed over? Jiyu Jing's looked at Lin Che. If he didn't pick it up, it would be very awkward. He might as well pick it up generously. Anyway, there was nothing he couldn't say. Thus, Jiyu Jing's picked up the phone. As soon as the call went through, Mo Hualing asked immediately, How is it, Jing's? Why did the news stop? Is Miss Lin okay? Ji Jingza said, she's fine. Lin Che is on the way home with me. She's fine. Ah. Really? That's great. I was worried that there would be no news from Miss Lin. Although Mo Huiling's words sounded comforting, Ji Jingza didn't know if it was because of her harsh words, but he felt that Mo Huiling was feeling sorry for Lin Che. He knew that Mo Huiling must not like Lin Che, but she shouldn't have gone overboard. Even if she didn't like Lin Che, she shouldn't have cursed him to death. Ji Jingza said, okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Hey, Jingza, aren't you coming to the hospital? Mo Huiling asked quickly. Ji Jingza asked curiously, why are you still in the hospital? Mo Huiling said pitifully, she had a car accident. Of course she has to stay in the hospital for observation. Otherwise, what if something happens to her tonight? Ji Jingza took a deep breath and said, okay then. Have a good rest in the hospital. Lin Che is in shock, so I won't go to the hospital. What? Mo Huiling shouted in surprise. Ji Jingza said, after all, she had such a big car accident and almost died there. Okay, I'll hang up now. Ji Jingza said and hung up the phone. Lin Che didn't expect Ji Jingza to say that. She couldn't help but look at Ji Jingza and said, won't Miss Mo be angry if you don't go with her? Ji Jingza said, what's there to be angry about? She only has a bruise on her ankle. It's nothing serious. A bruise on her ankle? Is it because of me? Yes. Lin Che looked at him and said, then Miss Mo must hate me. She thought that Mo Huiling must have said a lot of bad things about her since she was so angry. Ji Jingza looked at Lin Che and said, yes, she said you hit her on purpose. Lin Che said speechlessly, she was the one who threw herself at me. I was shocked. Ji Jingza glanced at the wound on her body and sighed. I wanted to ask you what happened, but seeing your driving skills and how you got yourself into this state, I don't think I need to ask. Lin Che was stunned. What do you mean? Ji Jingza patted her head and said, with your driving skills, you must have hit her by accident. Chapter 110. Lin Che said helplessly, I bumped into her because she ran over like a madwoman. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's a lady from a respectable family, Ji Jingza said. She has been a little crazy lately. Lin Che said, all right then. I'd better stay away from her in case she talks about me again. Ji Jingza said, okay. Anyway, you won't have a chance to drive when you get home. Don't worry. This won't happen again. When they got home, Lin Che washed up and lay on the bed to sleep. Ji Jingza quickly got on the bed as well. Lin Che looked at Ji Jingza and said, hey, can't you sleep outside tonight? I almost died just now. Can't you give me some privacy? Ji Jingza lifted the blanket and got under it. He supported his head with one hand and lay on his side, looking at her. You just got into an accident. You'll have nightmares if you sleep alone at night. How is that possible? I'm very lucky that I didn't die. I'm very happy. Why would I have nightmares? This is called post-traumatic stress. With your IQ, of course you wouldn't know what it means. You just escaped death, so it's easy for you to have this problem. You might still be excited and don't feel it. You'll know when you completely relax. Lin Che looked at Ji Jingza doubtfully. Was it real or not? She couldn't help but believe it, but she also felt that something was wrong. Just then, Ji Jingza came up and hugged Lin Che. Lin Che let out an ah and jumped in fright. He took the opportunity to lie down with him. Ji Jingza hugged her tightly. Lin Che struggled in surprise. What are you doing, Ji Jingza? You pervert. Let go of me, or I'll scream. Ji Jingza wrapped his arms around her tightly and whispered in her ear, sure, don't move. Hugging me like this will reduce your stress. It's said that cattle farms want the beef to be loose, so when they kill the cattle, they put the cattle into a machine and squeeze it hard to make the cattle feel safe. Then, it won't struggle. Don't move. I'll hug you like this. I promise you won't have nightmares at night. Really? Lin Che stopped and asked. Ji Jingza said, of course it's true. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Che relaxed. He could feel the tightness of his embrace, making him feel as though every cell in his body was comforted. He felt much more relaxed. Perhaps he was really doing this for her own good. She must have misunderstood that he had evil intentions. As he thought about this, Lin Che leaned against his chest and really did slowly fall asleep. Ji Jingze smiled and lowered his head to look at the silly girl. He rubbed against her back, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Che woke up and saw Ji Jingze walking in. "I didn't have nightmares last night, did I?" Lin Che said as he rubbed his head. Ji Jingze said, "I did." "Really? How come I don't remember?" Lin Che indeed felt quite comfortable. He didn't feel like he had a nightmare at all. Of course, everyone dreams. It's just that 97% of the nightmares are forgotten. Is that so? Lin Che stared at Ji Jingze's face, but he couldn't see any special expression on his face. Ji Jingze said, "Of course. You kept kicking me when you had nightmares. It took me a lot of effort to hold you down." Okay. I got you a new phone." Ji Jingze interrupted her question and handed a phone to Lin Che. Lin Che looked at the brand new phone and remembered that she had thrown her own phone away yesterday. She was stunned and raised her hand to take the phone. She looked at Ji Jingze's calm and composed face. She didn't expect Ji Jingze to be so attentive that he would remember a small matter that she had casually mentioned. Lin Che looked up and said emotionally, "Thank you." Ji Jingze looked at her phone. "Okay, I'll help you set it up." She sat down and he watched as she pressed on the phone. "I've replaced my old SIM card and some of my phone numbers." "What do you mean by some of my phone numbers?" Lin Che indeed felt that there were a lot fewer people in her phone book. Ji Jingze sat on the side and said calmly, "Oh, I've deleted the names of those who don't look useful." Lin Che was stunned for a moment before she raised her head and exclaimed, "Ji Jingze, what do you mean by deleted? Who did you delete from my phone?" Ji Jingze sat at the side with a calm and composed expression. He raised his head and looked forward without saying a word, but it was obvious from his expression that it was a matter of course. Lin Che looked around and quickly realized that something was different. Ji Jingze had deleted many of her people. She could no longer find Qin Qing's name in her phone. Many directors' names were also gone. Some of the male actors' names that she knew were also gone. Even Ji Jingyu's phone number had been deleted. Ji Jingze, what's wrong with you?" Lin Che said angrily. "Those are all my work numbers. How could you delete them for me?" Ji Jingze said, "Leave the work to your manager. You and your manager should have a good division of labor, so you don't need to worry about these things. You probably kept these numbers for yourself when you didn't have a manager in the past. But now that you don't have to worry about work, these numbers should be deleted." Lin Che said. Then Qin Qing, Ji Jingze's gaze sharpened. "Why do you keep her fiancé?" Okay. I'll set up my number for you. It's the shortcut key 1. If anything happens, you can just dial it." "Okay." Lin Che looked at him gloomily. Ji Jingze thought for a moment and said, "It's not good for you to save my number as Ji Jingze's. If others see it, our relationship will be exposed." Then what should I save it as?" Lin Che thought that it was right. It must be strange to see Ji Jingze's name directly. Ji Jingze took her phone and said, "I'll change your name." Ji Jingze quickly changed her name. Then, looking at the name on the screen, he nodded in satisfaction and returned the phone to Lin Che. Lin Che looked down and took the phone. It clearly stated that he had changed his name to Dearest Hubby. Lin Che looked up and said speechlessly, "Ji Jingze, what's wrong with you? Isn't this more obvious?" Seeing that Lin Che was going to change it, Ji Jingze pressed down on Lin Che's phone. "They don't know that this number is mine. At most, they know that you have a boyfriend. Don't people call their boyfriends hubby now?" "No, that's too disgusting." Ji Jingze's face darkened. "What's so disgusting about it? Am I not your husband?" I didn't mean that, but we're not that kind of." "What kind of husband?" "Your name is on my marriage certificate." "What kind of husband am I?" Chapter 111. Of course it's different. Jiyu Jingza said, there's nothing different. It's decided. This is the safest way. Also, if you have any problems, people will call me immediately when they see this name. That way, if you are in danger like yesterday, they won't feel that they don't know who to contact in your contact list, right? But Lin Che still felt that it was too mushy. She felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw the name. Especially when she thought that the person who called her that was Jiyu Jingza. Jiyu Jingza pulled her down with a dark face. If I see you changing it back, I'll go to your company myself and change it back for you. It would be terrible if he went there himself. Would she still have a future in the company in the future? She still wanted to live a normal life and work hard. If he messed things up, she might not be able to act properly in the future. Lin Che could only curl his lips and feel that it was unfair. But you also saved my name. What's wrong with me saving your name? Lin Che's eyes moved. She went to look for his phone. Give me the phone. What are you doing? Jiyu Jingza dodged her, but he didn't dare to dodge too much considering that her leg was still injured. Lin Che ran around him to look for the phone. In the end, she took it out from his pocket. Hey, what are you doing? Don't move. Jiyu Jingza stopped her from moving. Lin Che jumped here and there to avoid Jiyu Jingza. He stretched out his long hand to look at the phone screen. He found his name and quickly changed it to Dearest Wife. Jiyu Jingza reached out to grab Lin Che, but he ended up hugging Lin Che. He accidentally pressed Lin Che down on the bed. Lin Che was still focused on the phone and didn't notice that Jiyu Jingza lowered his head to feel her soft breasts on both sides. It felt quite comfortable. Lin Che was satisfied after she changed it. She looked at him with a smile. Jiyu Jingza grabbed the phone and saw the name on it. He looked at Lin Che speechlessly. He smiled. He looked at the name for a long time and found it quite pleasing to the eye. Lowering his head, he looked at Lin Che and held her hands in his. Looking into her delicate eyes, he smiled and said, "It's not impossible to change it to this name." Only then did Lin Che realize that at some point in time, he had already been completely pressed down by him. He couldn't help but start to squirm. It's not impossible for you to change back. A wise man submits to circumstances. She didn't want to fight him head-on. Knowing that she couldn't beat him, she quickly retreated. Jiyu Jingza smiled and looked at her. Since I've changed, I won't change back. But, as he spoke, he lowered his head even more. Dear husband, you have to do what a husband should do to your dear wife. What? Lin Che's eyes widened. Jiyu Jingza leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. Aya. Lin Che quickly pushed Jiyu Jingza away. Amidst Jiyu Jingza's muffled laughter, she quickly jumped down and went to the bathroom to wash up. She hadn't even brushed her teeth. Didn't Jiyu Jingza dislike her? Jiyu Jingza watched her slip away in an instant. He smiled speechlessly behind her. She didn't know any other tricks, but she was quite good at the last trick of the 36 stratagems. Lin Che went to the office in the morning. When the staff saw that Lin Che had come and indeed had an injury on her leg, they thought that everyone would be waiting for her at night, but she didn't come. In the past, they were all small celebrities who were suppressed. They didn't expect Lin Che to become famous so quickly. Of course, there were people who were jealous. But this was how it was in this industry. Some people became famous because of luck, but this luck was not a matter of luck. Who knew who would suddenly become famous? Lin Che was like this. She joined the company together and now she was an important celebrity in the company. She could appear on the same page as those big stars when she was free, but some of them were still playing small roles. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and said apologetically, "I really didn't mean it yesterday. Alright, I've already told the company about your injury. They think that you're fine. Be careful when you drive next time." Yu Minmin asked Lin Che to sit down first. Lin Che said gloomily, "I won't be able to drive in the future." "What's wrong? Is the car damaged?" Yu Minmin asked. Lin Che said, "No, Jiyu Jingza said that I'm not allowed to drive anymore." Yu Minmin was stunned when she heard that. Then she laughed out loud. "Actually, Jiyu Jingza is doing it for your own good." Lin Che was speechless. She hadn't even touched her new car much and she was already banned. That was really. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, "Oh yeah, aren't reality shows popular these days? They're inviting you to participate in a reality show in a few days as a guest. Do you want to go?" Looking at her injured leg, Yu Minmin was a little worried. Lin Che took a look. "Wow, this reality show is very popular." "Yeah," Yu Minmin said, "but I think we'll be playing games." "It's okay. It's just a small injury. I'll get better soon." "Okay, we'll talk to the director if there's any problem. Don't be too intense. Rest well for a few days. The filming is in a week anyway. You still have time." "Okay." In the afternoon, Lin Che got into the nanny van and heard his phone ring. Lin Che looked at the caller ID and his heart skipped a beat. He felt very strange. Jiyu Jingze picked up the phone and said, "I asked Chen Yuqing to give you a checkup. When will he be back?" "No way. Isn't he a psychiatrist? Psychology is his part-time job. Come back soon." Hearing that, Lin Che had no choice but to agree. Then, his WeChat rang. It was a WeChat message from Yoren's waiter. "Lin Che, I'm back. Why didn't you come to pick me up? I can't even get through to you. What's going on?" It was Shun Yuran. Lin Che was delighted. He hadn't expected her to come back today. Shun Yuran was her best friend. She had gone abroad for further studies a year ago and had just come back. Lin Che quickly replied, "Wait for me at the airport. I'll pick you up now." "You're really coming? Then I'll wait for you at the cafe at the airport." Lin Che quickly asked the driver to go over and called Jiyu Jingze. "Jiyu Jingze, I can't go back for now. A friend just came back. I'm going to the airport to pick her up now." "What? Who?" Jiyu Jingze asked in surprise. However, Lin Che didn't give him a chance and hung up. Jiyu Jingze looked at the words "dear wife" on his phone angrily. How could there be such a wife? "Go and find out if Madam knows anyone who is coming back today," he ordered Qin Hao. Qin Hao quickly found out. He raised his head and looked at Jiyu Jingze awkwardly. "Sir, I think today. Second young master Qin Qing, just came back from France." "What?" Chapter 112. In order to pick up Qin Qing at the airport, Lin Che asked the driver to stop the car and wait outside. She hurried inside to find Shun Yuran. In the cafe, Shun Yuran was sitting in the inner seat with bags of different sizes beside her. "Yuran." Lin Che called out cheerfully. Shun Yuran heard him and looked up. When she saw Lin Che, she stood up and ran to him. The two of them hugged each other tightly before releasing each other. Shun Yuran was smaller than Lin Che. She had long hair, but she was very cute. She was dressed in a British style and looked very cute. "Wow, Lin Che, you're amazing. I saw your commercial on the plane as soon as I came back." "What commercial?" "A candy commercial," Shun Yuran said exaggeratedly as she pulled Lin Che to sit down. Lin Che gave an "oh" and said, "There's actually a commercial on the plane. That's a commercial that I shot previously. It wasn't easy to get my hands on it, and because of that commercial, the person almost went to jail." "No way. It was so dangerous. But I didn't expect that you would become a big star in just a year." Shun Yuran patted her on the shoulder with a proud look on her face. She raised her head and grinned as she said, "Thinking that I'm also someone who knows celebrities, my chest immediately puffed out." Lin Che looked at her speechlessly. "What big star? I'm just a newcomer. I'm still far from being a big star." She looked up and saw Mu Feiran's perfume commercial. Mu Feiran's appearance was elegant and dignified, and he looked very international. Lin Che said, "She's a big star." It was not easy to get such an international commercial, but Mu Feiran went to endorse it. It could be seen that Mu Feiran was really different from ordinary stars. Shun Yuran said, "No, I want to take a selfie with you and show it off on Weibo." "Please don't. No, you can't. Come and take a selfie with me." Shun Yuran grabbed Lin Che forcefully and took a photo with a click. Just then, Lin Che's phone rang. Lin Che lowered his head to take a look. The words "Dear hubby" seemed to be agitated as they flashed continuously. Shen Yuran also saw it at once. He was so shocked that he immediately jumped up. Fuck, who is this? This. Lin Che hurriedly said, that's not it. I gave him that name as a joke. Actually, he's not the kind of husband you think he is. Hearing that, Shen Yuran immediately said, oh, boyfriends nowadays call you hubby. I understand. You're only 23 years old. Why are you married? But boyfriends are enough. When did you get a boyfriend? Hurry up and tell me what's going on. He's not my boyfriend either. Her relationship with Jiyu Jingze was too complicated. She didn't know what to say at the moment. However, the phone kept ringing, so she had no choice but to ask Shen Yuran to be quiet first. She hurriedly picked up the call. On the phone, Jiyu Jingze's voice was gloomy. When are you coming back? Lin Che didn't know if he was angry. Why did she feel like she could see Jiyu Jingze's gloomy face through the phone? But why was he angry? Just because she didn't go home and came to the airport? I just met up with a friend. Let's chat for a bit. Lin Che said. Is 10 minutes enough for you? Lin Che said gloomily, how can 10 minutes be enough? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Of course we have to talk for a bit longer. 20 minutes. Lin Che, if you don't come back in 20 minutes, don't come back. With that, Jiyu Jingze hung up. Lin Che listened to the impatient beeping on the phone. Her eyes widened in bewilderment. Who cares? I can talk for as long as I want. I won't go back if you don't want to. Seriously, Jiyu Jingze was getting more and more bossy. Not only did he delete her phone number, but now he was even limiting her time to meet up with a friend. How could Jiyu Jingze be so overbearing? She didn't even care if he was flirting with his childhood sweetheart. On the other side, Jiyu Jingze threw down the phone and sat there. His entire body was cold, and no one dared to approach him. This was the scene that Chen Yucheng saw when he came in. He looked at Qin Hao in surprise and didn't dare to say anything. He pulled Qin Hao out and asked, "What's wrong with your husband?" Qin Hao gasped and said softly, "He's jealous." What? Chen Yucheng almost cried out in surprise. Sure, do you want me to die? Qin Hao hurriedly stopped Chen Yucheng. Dr. Chen, please persuade Mr. Dao. He's really pitiful. Who would dare to say that Jiyu Jingze was pitiful? If he was pitiful, what would happen to the other men in the world? What happened? Mr. Dao invited you to treat Madam, but she stood him up and went to pick up a friend. Who would dare to stand Jiyu Jingze up? Exactly. Anyway, Mr. Dao is about to explode. Dr. Chen, you came just in time. You are a respectable and professional. I'll leave Mr. Dao to you. I'll be leaving now. Sigh, I'm not a love expert. Why are you running away? Seeing Qin Hao slip away without looking back, Chen Yucheng could only look inside speechlessly. After entering the door, Chen Yucheng said, President Jiyu, if you have any questions, worries, you can tell me, just like we used to. Me? Nothing on my mind. Jiyu Jingze was expressionless as he flipped through the company's documents. Chen Yucheng said, it's about Madam. Maybe she has something important to deal with. It's good that such a heartless woman doesn't come back. Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows stiffly. As he spoke, he slapped the documents in his hands and stood up to leave. Chen Yucheng finally understood why Jiyu Jingze was pitiful when Qin Hao said that. How pitiful. Outside, Shen Yuran sat at the bar and looked at Lin Che, who was drinking beer. Hey, what happened on the phone just now? Why are you suddenly so angry? Lin Che raised his head and looked at Shen Yuran. I'm angry? How could I be angry? No, I'm not angry at all. She had just sent Shen Yuran's things back to her place. After Shen Yuran returned to China, she still had to live with her family. Her parents were both there, so she stayed at Shen Yuran's house for a while before coming to the bar. So the 20 minutes had passed. She didn't go back, nor did she want to call Jiyu Jingze to say anything. Who is it? Who can make you so restless? Could it be Qin Qing? Shen Yuran had long known about the matter between Lin Che and Qin Qing. In her mind, who else could cause the simple-minded Lin Che's emotions to fluctuate like this if it wasn't Qin Qing? How could it be? Chapter 113. Lin Che raised his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Qin Qing is my brother-in-law now. I have nothing to do with him. No way. They're still together. They're getting married soon. You don't pay attention to the domestic entertainment news. It's been reported many times." Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable thinking about it. However, time was the most effective healing agent. Now that he thought about it, he didn't feel as heartbroken as before. Shen Yuran was speechless. "You're so useless. You haven't told him that you like him? You should at least let him know, no matter what the result is." "All right, Yuran. Sometimes, regret is also a very beautiful thing." Lin Che pulled Shen Yuran and smiled. She thought of Jiyu Jingze and what he said. If she was willing, he could help her be with Qin Qing. But now that she thought about it, she really didn't want to. Being with Qin Qing didn't seem so important anymore. It wasn't as important as her career. Now, all she wanted was to improve herself. Mu Feiran was her role model. Shen Yuran sighed and hugged Lin Che. The two of them drank beer together like brothers in hardship. Cheers. Yeah, there's nothing better than a night of not getting drunk and not coming back. Come on. Whoever gets drunk first pays. Are you stupid? How can you pay when you're drunk? You don't even know where you put your wallet. As he drank, he suddenly sensed someone walking over from the side. Hey, it's so boring to drink with two girls. We have a bunch of brothers over there. Let's go and play. Shen Yuran was a little drunk. He raised his head, shook the bottle, and said, "Who wants to drink with a stinky man? There isn't a single good man in the world." Lin Che nodded hard. Yeah. They're all jerks. Jiyu Jingze was especially bad. He was so lovey-dovey with Mo Hualing. When the man heard this, he found it interesting. He leaned over and said, "Little girl, you're wrong. Don't women love men if they're not bad? Don't you love us like this? We're only bad to make you like us." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Shen Yuran. "Come, let's go and play together. Let go of me. Let go. If you don't let go, I'll kick your balls. Hey, if you kick me, how are we going to play happily in the future?" The man was especially enthusiastic and directly started to talk dirty. Shen Yuran struggled angrily, and Lin Che hurried over to stop him. "Let go of us. If you do this again, we won't be polite anymore." Lin Che was so angry that he directly slapped the man's face. "Don't you have any shame? She doesn't want to leave with you, yet you're still grabbing her like this." The man was beaten into a daze. He glared at Lin Che and rushed over while cursing. However, at this moment, a hand blocked in front of Lin Che. Lin Che was taken aback. He raised his head and saw that Chen Yuqing had unknowingly stood to the side. The man was stunned. Chen Yuqing quickly grabbed the man's arm with one hand and made the man squat on the ground with his hands behind his back. The man started screaming, "Get lost. If I see you again, I'll teach you a lesson." Shen Yuran raised her head in a daze. "Oh my, handsome, the hero saves the damsel in distress." As she spoke, she placed her hand on Chen Yuqing's chest. Lin Che hurriedly pulled the drunk Shen Yuran back. This woman's alcohol tolerance was even worse than his. She was already drunk after such a short while. "I'm sorry, Dr. Chen. She's my friend. She's a little drunk." Chen Yuqing saw Lin Che pull the swaying Shen Yuran back and said, "All right, let me do it." "Madam, why are you still here? Your husband is going crazy at home." Jiyu Jingze was going crazy. Lin Che pursed his lips and turned his head to say, "Who told him to be so petty? I can't even come out to play with a friend." Chen Yuqing said, "Is he also concerned about you?" "Impossible, he's just petty." "Who told you to stand him up?" "My Mrs. Jiyu, his Jiyu Jingze." "You can ask in B City, who would dare to stand him up?" Lin Che thought about it. At first, Jiyu Jingze wanted to treat her injury, so he let her go home. Although his attitude was a little bad, his heart was still good. So her attitude softened a little. She looked at Chen Yuqing and muttered, "Who told him to be so rude?" But She raised her head and looked at him guiltily. Am I really the first to stand him up? You're not the first, Chen Yusheng said. Then, what happened to the person who made him angry? He disappeared from B City. I don't know what happened to him after that. It was so serious. This man was too petty. Chen Yusheng said, now he's locked in the gym and won't come out. That's why I came to find you and ask you to go back quickly. Ah, then let's send her back quickly. Okay, leave this lady to me. You can go back first. Oh, okay. This is Shen Yuran. She lives in Golden Home with her parents. She has to go back at night. Help me send her home. She trusted Jiyu Jingza's doctor. She left Shen Yuran to him first and left in a hurry. Shen Yuran still didn't know what had happened. She raised her head and saw a man looking at her with a cold face. She immediately grabbed him with her claws and said, Hey, handsome, you're not bad. How much does it cost for one night? It's a pity that I don't have money. Let go of me. Damn, what did she think he was? What kind of people did Lin Che know? The Jiyu family. After Lin Che entered the door, the servant hurriedly said, Madam, you're finally back. Sir is in the gym and hasn't come out yet. Lin Che thought that Jiyu Jingza was so petty. It had been so long and he still hadn't calmed down. Didn't she just stand him up? Moreover, she had called him. She hadn't seen Shen Yuran for a year. Why couldn't she go and pick up her friend? She quietly opened the door of the gym. Inside, Jiyu Jingza was wearing a sports singlet and sports shorts. The man was sweating profusely. His muscles looked even more toned because he was exerting force. He looked like a walking hormone and people couldn't take their eyes off him. What a handsome man. She closed the door slightly. The sound immediately alerted Jiyu Jingza, who was inside the room. When he saw Lin Che at the door, Jiyu Jingza narrowed his eyes and looked at her fiercely. His gaze was like a knife and there was a hint of anger in it. It made people shudder. Who let you in? Jiyu Jingza put down the chest expander he was using and stood up to look at her coldly. She came back to look for him after seeing her sweetheart. That fawning look on her face was really disgusting. In her eyes, was he a man who would get better after being coaxed? Chapter 114. Lin Che quickly closed the door and looked at Jiyu Jingza. What's wrong with you? Jiyu Jingza frowned and glared at her. I told you to get out. I'm not going out. I won't go out if you don't tell me what's wrong with you, Lin Che said as she walked in and swaggered over to Jiyu Jingza. Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che coldly. Can't you be more reserved like a woman? I already told you to get out. I've heard people tell me to get out of here dozens of times, but I'm still in the entertainment industry, not getting kicked out. Lin Che sat down shamelessly. She sat on some kind of fitness equipment and glanced at Jiyu Jingza's muscles. Jiyu Jingza's delicate eyebrows were drawn together. His pitch-black eyes were filled with anger, like twinkling stars that were about to set the prairie ablaze, silent and angry. Are you forcing me to throw you out? Jiyu Jingza glared at her fiercely. Lin Che was a little worried by his red gaze. Her little face froze as she looked at Jiyu Jingza. Jiyu Jingza, I'm here to explain to you. I just went to the airport to pick up a friend. You don't have to be so angry. Even though I'm your wife, I'm still a human. I have the right to make friends. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't interfere with each other's business? Jiyu Jingza said, don't interfere with each other's business. Yes, don't interfere. I won't interfere with your right to make friends. But if you make friends, don't come back. So I want you to get out now. You. Lin Che felt that Jiyu Jingza was ridiculous. How could a tyrant act like this? However, the next moment, Jiyu Jingza had already grabbed her collar and dragged her out of the room. Jiyu Jingza, let go of me. You're a bastard, a tyrant. You. Lin Che was enraged. She turned around and grabbed Jiyu Jingza's hand and bit him. The salty taste, along with his sweaty skin, brought with it a slight fishy smell. Jiyu Jingza didn't move, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Lin Che could only let go. She raised her head and looked at Jiyu Jingza's stiff face. Lin Che said angrily, I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. In a moment of anger, she stubbornly refused to compromise. Ji Jingze furrowed his brows. He grabbed Lin Che and threw her onto a cushion on the gym equipment. Then, his salty body also pressed down. Lin Che only felt a masculine aura, it was so obvious. His body was still wet, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. They were wet and slippery. The man pressing down on him made Lin Che feel breathless for a moment. However, it was an indescribable feeling to be grabbed by his hands and forcefully pushed onto the cushion. On one hand, she was scared and wanted to tremble. On the other hand, she looked at his sweaty and almost naked body. She seemed to be infatuated with him and almost sighed. It was so complicated. His body, which had just been trained, was like a beast that had just been awakened, with a kind of wild flavor. His muscles, which were originally very good-looking, were now even more muscular, with a sense of movement after exercising, making people want to reach out and grab a handful of them. His big hands grasped her fingers, and when he kissed her, his salty sweat seeped into his mouth. Lin Che felt a shiver from her lower abdomen up. She felt as if she was floating. He let go. She licked her mouth reluctantly, as if she wanted more out of shame. However, the rationality in her heart was still beating on her heart. Ji Jingze, it's so hot. Let go of me. Isn't it a little too late to let go now? Ji Jingze looked at her dazed eyes. For a moment, he really wanted to beat her to the ground. Her small body gave people the urge to rub her into his body. No, you're pressing down on me. It hurts, okay, it won't hurt later. Ji Jingze's lower abdomen twitched. Didn't this woman know that crying out in pain was a fatal temptation to men? But, be good. It won't hurt anymore. It won't hurt later. Ji Jingze pulled her down. Ji Jingze, let go of me. Lin Che spoke weakly. Ji Jingze said, there won't be a next time. If you go against me again, I won't let you off. Who's going against you? I'm just going to see a friend. Lin Che really wanted to cry. Ji Jingze said, friend? You make it sound so nice. Just say that she's your sweetheart. What's wrong with that? What sweetheart? Lin Che raised his eyes and looked at him with teary eyes. Because of the stimulation just now, she really wanted to cry now. Why was she so embarrassed? Ji Jingze said, Qin Qing is your sweetheart. Why? Do you need me to make it so clear? Lin Che looked at him in surprise. What Qin Qing? Is there something wrong with you? I'm going to pick up Shen Yuran. He's my friend. He just came back from studying abroad. Ji Jingze frowned and looked at her in disbelief. Didn't you go to pick up Qin Qing? Who went to pick up Qin Qing? Lin Che pushed Ji Jingze away. When she looked down, she saw that her clothes were in a mess. Ji Jingze's hands were on the ground from the push, and he looked at Lin Che strangely. Lin Che said, are you angry because I went to pick up Qin Qing? Ji Jingze's expression softened instantly. The dark clouds just now dissipated, but in its place was an awkward and gloomy expression. He turned his head and hid his awkward expression. He looked at Lin Che and pursed his lips. Yes. Yes, I can't meet such a lowly person. You're the lowly one. I've never seen Qin Qing. I stayed with Yuran at the cafe for a while, then went to the bar. Ji Jingze stood up. Is that so? That's good. Lin Che glared at Ji Jingze angrily. He pushed Ji Jingze and said, you're a beast. Bastard. After he pushed Ji Jingze, he didn't dare to look at himself and ran out with a red face. Chapter 115. When Lin Che returned to his room, he ran into the bedroom and took a shower to wash off his smell. That damned Ji Jingze. He was going to die. How could he be so evil, so hateful? It was so embarrassing. She covered her head with the quilt. Damn it, damn Ji Jingze. After Ji Jingze finished working out, he went to the gym to wash up. His body felt better as he bathed in the cold water. For a moment, it felt like his hands were still filled with her smell and feeling. He didn't hate that feeling. He closed his eyes, but he still couldn't calm his body down. Damn it. He increased the amount of water in the gym. He almost wanted to soak himself in the cold water to extinguish the strange feeling in his body. When he walked out of the gym, it was already an hour later. Qin Hao ran over hurriedly. "Sir, you were looking for me?" Jiyu Jingzi glanced at Qin Hao. "You said that Qin Qing was at the airport today?" Qin Hao hurriedly lowered his head. "Yes, sir." "Don't be too angry. Third young Master Qin and Madam are actually just—" Jiyu Jingzi slammed the folder on the table and interrupted Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked up in a daze. "Sir, no, you did a good job this time." Jiyu Jingzi smiled faintly and curled up the corners of his lips. But why did Qin Hao feel a little cold? "I'll do my best to work for you. Thank you for your praise. I'll definitely work harder in the future," Qin Hao said with a smile. Jiyu Jingzi said, "To reward you, I think I should arrange for you to go somewhere to relax." "Ah, sir, you're too kind. There was a problem with the OEM factory in Cambodia last time. Why don't you go there to relax and take a look at the problem?" "Ah, sir, are you sure this is a reward?" "Go ahead. I'll get someone to prepare a ticket for you tomorrow. Don't come back until the problem is solved." The last trace of smile on Jiyu Jingzi's face froze. He gave Qin Hao a deep look, turned around, and left with a snort. Qin Hao was left alone in the wind. "Sir, what did I do wrong?" At night, Jiyu Jingzi didn't sleep at Lin Che's place. He was afraid that if he had slept in that room, he would not have been able to fall asleep facing her today. Lin Che spent the whole night alone in the bedroom, and it took him a lot of effort to fall asleep. The next day, Jiyu Jingzi left early in the morning. As soon as Lin Che woke up, Shen Yuran called him. "Wow, why did I stay in someone else's house yesterday?" Shen Yuran said. Lin Che said, "You're staying in someone else's house? What do you mean? He's a very fierce man. I was scared to death, okay? I thought something happened." Lin Che rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, you're talking about Dr. Chen, right? I asked him to take you home. What happened? Did anything happen?" Shen Yuran said, "Of course, how could anything happen to me? I've learned Taekwondo for 3 years. Which man would dare to touch me? 3 years of Taekwondo, but I still have no belt." Shen Yuran said, "But who is this man? He woke me up early in the morning and left by himself." "You're drunk. This man is a very good doctor. There must be something wrong with your family, so he had to take you home. Okay, if you wake up, I'll go and find you. I have something to tell you." "Okay." Soon, Lin Che arrived at Shen Yuran's house. Shen Yuran was still living with his parents. When Shen Yuran's parents saw Lin Che, they were very surprised. "Yuran, Lin Che has made a name for himself. I always see him on TV." Shen Yuran's parents were honest workers. They were not poor, but they were not very rich either. When Shen Yuran went abroad, he relied on himself to earn money by working outside. She pulled Lin Che proudly and said, "Of course, my friend. How can he not be successful?" With that, she quickly pulled Lin Che into the house. Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran embarrassedly and said, "Actually, something happened to me when you weren't here." She felt that this kind of thing had to be told to Shen Yuran. There was no point in hiding it. "What is it?" "I got married," Lin Che said. "What?" Shen Yuran almost jumped up. Lin Che suppressed the other party and explained the matter in a simple manner. Shen Yuran was dumbfounded after hearing it. In the end, she grabbed Lin Che with both hands and squeezed him so hard that she almost died. "Jiyu Jingzi. Jiyu family, Lin Che, you're crazy, crazy, crazy." Shen Yuran was the crazy one. She shouted in the room for a long time. It wasn't until outside that Shen Yuran's parents thought that something had happened and knocked on the door to inquire. Shen Yuran lowered his voice and stared at Lin Che. "Eldest young mistress, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I am truly sorry." "Screw you. But, you're too amazing. How could you?" Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran speechlessly. "Okay, didn't I tell you? He actually has a woman in his heart. It's just that I accidentally drugged him, so, you're amazing. You even dared to drug the Jiyu family." "I was impulsive. I didn't know that Jiyu Jingyu had such a powerful background. I thought it was Jiyu Jingyu, But Jiyu Jingyu only booked a room. In the end, it was his brother. I spent a lot of money to bribe the hotel staff to let me in. It's such a waste. Get lost. You obviously got a great bargain, but it's such a waste. You're really fucking lucky. Humph. Lin Che glared at her and thought of Jiyu Jingza's evilness. I'll let you try. You don't know how evil Jiyu Jingza is. Shun Yuran had to look for a job after coming back, so Lin Che quickly went home. She didn't expect to see Jiyu Jingza when she entered the door. He sat elegantly on the chair and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che looked at his slender hands unnaturally. Yesterday, this damn man, he actually used his hands. She felt her body tighten, and she still felt that something was wrong. Jiyu Jingza raised his head and looked at Lin Che. You just came back. I wanted to take you out for lunch. I don't want to eat. I can eat at home. Chapter 116. Lin Che immediately shielded herself. What are you doing? Jiyu Jingza stood up and looked at her strangely. What's wrong? We're just going out to eat. I know a restaurant run by a Frenchman. The food is very authentic. I'll take you there to try it after changing. Oh, okay. I'll change right away. Lin Che blushed and hurried inside. Jiyu Jingza turned to look at her in surprise. He was a little suspicious. Seeing her stumble into the room, he stood there and shook his head helplessly. Lin Che changed a few times. She had to wear formal attire to go to a French restaurant, but no matter what she wore, it didn't feel right. It was either too long, too short, or too translucent. She didn't feel anything normally. But after what happened yesterday, she felt something was wrong when she thought of Jiyu Jingza. She couldn't help blushing, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eyes. She thought about it and finally changed into a normal outfit. It was still pretty, but it didn't have any highlights. She spun around, put on some simple makeup, and smiled in satisfaction. When she walked out, Jiyu Jingza had one hand in his trouser pocket. He turned to look at her and paused. Lin Che, who was dressed in an ancient costume, looked as graceful as a medieval princess. She looked so luxurious and generous. Jiyu Jingza looked at her deeply and walked over. Let's go. Lin Che smiled. Jiyu Jingza said, don't you know to walk arm in arm? This is Western etiquette. Jiyu Jingza bent his arm. Lin Che looked at him and had no choice but to put his hand on Jiyu Jingza's arm. He smiled in satisfaction and looked up. Just as he was about to take a step, he heard his phone vibrate in his pocket. He picked up the phone unhappily and saw that it was a call from Mo Hualing. Jiyu Jingza frowned. He looked at Lin Che beside him and picked up the phone. What's wrong, Hualing? Mo Hualing cried. There seems to be a burglar at home. I'm so scared. What? Burglar? How is that possible? I just moved here. I don't know what's going on here, but my house doesn't have as many security guards as yours, and I live alone, so. Mo Hualing's voice became softer and softer, looking aggrieved and scared. Jiyu Jingza took a deep breath, glanced at Lin Che, and said to Mo Hualing on the phone, don't cry. I'll go and have a look. After putting down the phone, Lin Che consciously let go of his hand. You have to go and take a look, right? Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Che smiled and said, go ahead. It's a terrible thing to be robbed. Jiyu Jingza pursed his lips, looked at her and said, okay then, I'll go over and have a look. I'll ask the driver to take you to the restaurant first. I'll go over after I'm done. Okay. Jiyu Jingza took one last look at her, then turned and walked out. Lin Che curled his lips. This Mo Hualing really knew how to find time. Meanwhile, at Mo Hualing's place, she put down the phone and immediately spun around happily. Looking at the undamaged room, she thought for a moment and pulled out all the things in the cupboards, scattering them all over the floor. She also pulled out the drawers, and all the expensive things were scattered on the floor. It looked as if she had really been robbed. Only then did she smile in satisfaction. Lin Che, Jiyu Jingza is mine. Even if he's your husband, as long as I call for him, he'll still come obediently. Jiyu Jingze soon arrived at Mo Huiling's place. It was really close to the Jiyu residence. He arrived in less than 10 minutes. After Jiyu Jingze entered the door, he saw Mo Huiling pouncing on him, crying. Jiyu Jingze remembered that he immediately got a rash when he touched her tears the last time, so he quickly dodged her. Mo Huiling pounced on empty air. She raised her head and looked at Jiyu Jingze pitifully. Jiyu Jingze said, I didn't take my medicine today, so you'd better not touch me. Otherwise, I'll have to go to the hospital immediately and can't stay here. Hearing this, Mo Huiling wiped her tears and looked at him understandingly. Okay, I know I can't always touch you. Jiyu Jingze glanced at her and asked, what happened? Mo Huiling hurriedly pointed inside. Look, I came back and found the house in such a mess. I'm so scared. Jiyu Jingze looked around the messy room and finally fixed his eyes on Mo Huiling's face. You were robbed? Yes. Mo Huiling nodded hurriedly. I just moved here and they knew I was alone, so Jiyu Jingze said, so, who told you to move here? Isn't it good to live at home? You're the only one here, so of course it's not good. You don't even have someone to take care of you. Mo Huiling fiddled with her hands and looked at him. I still have you, don't I? But I'm very busy. I can't take care of you every day. But I just want to be closer to you. I just want to see you more often, really. Just because of this, you moved here. Jiyu Jingze said, you're too capricious. I'm willing to do anything for you. But you can't lie for me. Jiyu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling was stunned. I didn't lie. Seeing that she was still unrepentant, Jiyu Jingze pointed at the room inside and looked at her fiercely. Look at that. Does it look like you were robbed? Hearing his words, Mo Huiling suddenly felt guilty. She also looked inside. Why isn't it? Jiyu Jingze walked in. There are so many expensive necklaces and earrings, each worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The thief just took them out. He didn't take them away. Also, why would a thief go through your wardrobe for no reason? Expensive things are all kept in this locked wardrobe, and the wardrobe is full of clothes. Why would he waste his time looking through it? Mo Huiling was confused. She didn't think about this. She just found a random reason to let Jiyu Jingze know. But she was a rich young lady. She had never met or dealt with a thief. She didn't think about these logical problems. How could the thief be so detailed? She blushed. She looked at Jiyu Jingze and said hurriedly, I'm sorry, Jingze. Jiyu Jingze shook his head. Thinking that Lin Che was still in the dining room, he turned and walked out. Okay. Since there's nothing else, I'm leaving. I have something to do. Jingze. Mo Huiling looked up and grabbed Jiyu Jingze's arm. Don't go. Don't be angry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't go. Huiling, let go of me. Jiyu Jingze was a little angry. This Huiling was getting more and more annoying. She was so unreasonable. Chapter 117. Mo Huiling looked at him and panicked. She grabbed the vase beside her and threw it on the ground. The next moment, she grabbed the broken pieces of the vase and slashed at her hand. Huiling, you. Jiyu Jingze tried to snatch it back but he was too late. The broken pieces had already cut his wrist. Mo Huiling didn't expect it to hurt so much. She cried immediately. Jingze, everything I did was to be closer to you. Don't be angry, you. Jiyu Jingze was furious. How could Huiling do this to herself? How could she hurt herself like this? She didn't have any self-respect. The next moment, Mo Huiling fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Jiyu Jingze stood there and looked at her silently. He could only shake his head and go out to call a car. In the restaurant, Lin Che sat there and waited for a while, but Jiyu Jingze didn't come. It made sense. Jiyu Jingze wouldn't come if Mo Huiling asked him to. Lin Che felt stupid. Why did she sit there and wait for him? She was starving. She asked the waiter to serve the dishes quickly. No matter what, she had to eat her fill. While she was eating, she felt someone come to her side. She thought it was Jiyu Jingza. She looked up and said, "You're still here? I've finished your portion." But when she looked up, she saw Jiyu Jingyu standing in front of her. Jiyu Jingyu? Why did the younger brother come instead of the older brother? Jiyu Jingyu sat down. "What's wrong? Did you stand me up?" "No," Lin Che said guiltily. Jiyu Jingyu smiled and looked at her beautiful outfit. "You made it so obvious just now, but you're still pretending. All right, since you're so pitiful, I'll help you eat some." Jiyu Jingyu smiled. Why were the men of the Jiyu family so shameless? Jiyu Jingyu said and started eating. He looked at Lin Che and said, "But I heard that you're going to participate in a reality show." "Yeah, that famous one. My company accepted it for me," Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingyu chuckled. "With your IQ, you'll become cannon fodder in a reality show." "Why? Do you know that the reality show contestants have to be amazing in order to win the most attention? With your IQ, how can you steal the limelight? It can't be that bad." Lin Che said, "It's a reality show, right? Everyone has a chance, and I'm not stupid. Don't you see who's going with you this time? Other than those old actors, they've been doing this reality show for 2 years. They're definitely more experienced than you guys when it comes to snatching scenes. Just look at the guests who are going with you this time. They're all newbies who aren't afraid of tigers." "You." He shook his head as he ate the side dishes in his steak. Lin Che said, "Who are the guests with me? I heard that the theme this time is called The Rising Star. The people going with you are all girls, newbies. You'll know who they are when you get there. But, newbies, they're really powerful. You'll see for yourself when you get there." Lin Che suddenly felt a little guilty. Indeed, she was really bad at fighting for resources. In the current entertainment industry, acting was not the only thing that mattered. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingyu. "Why are you eating here too?" "Why?" Jiyu Jingyu said, "This shopping mall belongs to the Jiyu Corporation. Do you want me to take a look?" This place actually belonged to the Jiyu Corporation too. But thinking that Jiyu Jingza was still at Mo Huiling's place, she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. She looked at Jiyu Jingyu and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." She parted ways with Jiyu Jingyu and went home, but Jiyu Jingza still hadn't returned. Lin Che went to play with Shun Yuran for the whole afternoon. At night, Jiyu Jingza still hadn't returned. Lin Che sat on the bed. It wasn't appropriate for him to ask the servant where Jiyu Jingza was, but he was still a little worried. Jiyu Jingza was sick after all. The last time he touched Mo Huiling, he immediately relapsed. Could it be that this time, he couldn't control himself and relapsed again? But touching Mo Huiling for no reason, thinking of this, he felt a faint anger in his heart. Since he couldn't control himself and touched her, he deserved the relapse. Even if he died of illness, he deserved it. Lin Che covered himself with the quilt, too lazy to care about Jiyu Jingza. The next morning, Jiyu Jingza still hadn't returned. Early in the morning, Lin Che was a little dispirited. At night, she was alone in the room, but she couldn't fall asleep. She didn't know why, but she felt vaguely uneasy. She had always been a heavy sleeper, but she slept in a daze the whole night. It must be because she was too kind and worried that Jiyu Jingza might have died of illness. That was why she acted like this. At this moment, Jiyu Jingza came back from outside. Hearing the sound, she immediately stood up. Just as she was about to go out, she remembered that he and Mo Huiling had been together for the whole night. Just now, they were still in the dream together, so it wasn't good for her to go out and join in the fun. After all, Mo Huiling was the woman in his heart. Lin Che gritted her teeth and didn't go out. Jiyu Jingza quickly walked into the bedroom. Seeing that Lin Che was still there, he seemed to feel a lot more at ease. The whole night, Mo Huiling was crying and throwing a tantrum, which made people feel very helpless. However, no matter how annoyed Jiyu Jingza was, he couldn't do anything to her. He just thought to himself that Mo Huiling wasn't originally like this, but she was forced into this state by him. "You're back." Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingza and greeted him hastily. Jiyu Jingze nodded and hurriedly explained, Hualing is in the hospital. She cut her hand and was a little emotional. I was afraid that she would take things too hard. Lin Che looked up and said, Oh, really? Then you should accompany her more. Jiyu Jingze walked up to Lin Che and wanted to hug him from behind. After being out for the whole night, he was tired and annoyed. It seemed that when he saw Lin Che, he really felt at ease. When Lin Che sensed Jiyu Jingze's approach, he immediately stepped aside. Jiyu Jingze, what are you doing? She glared at Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, What's wrong? Are you angry because I didn't go to the restaurant? Sorry, something happened suddenly. I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? You should accompany Mo Hualing, it's not my fault. I just have to go to work and I'm going to be late. Move away. She pushed Jiyu Jingze away and hurriedly walked out. You. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che's back helplessly. He stood there with his hands in his hands and sighed. Lin Che didn't want to care about Jiyu Jingze's affairs. She felt that she should stay away from Jiyu Jingze, just a little bit more. Otherwise, if she really got used to Jiyu Jingze's existence, what would she do when they got divorced in the future? She would never spend the rest of her life with Jiyu Jingze. This was just a temporary measure to protect Mo Hualing. She couldn't let herself really get addicted to this marriage. No matter how good it was all fake. Chapter 118. At night. Jiyu Jingze waited until 9 o'clock, but Lin Che still hadn't come back. In the Jiyu mansion, the servants were in a hurry. When they saw Qin Hao, who had just returned from Cambodia, they smiled and said, Sir is inside. Qin Hao nodded and went in to report. When he knocked on the door, he saw Jiyu Jingze standing up immediately and looking straight at him. Sir. Qin Hao was touched. You don't have to stand up. I'm back. Yes, I finished the task on time. I missed you so much in Cambodia, so I came back as soon as I could. Before he finished his words, Jiyu Jingze had already sat down with an indifferent expression. Oh, it's done? Qin Hao lowered his voice and walked over, saying carefully, Yes, it's done. Then go out. Yes. Qin Hao looked at Jiyu Jingze strangely. Seeing his indifferent expression, he had to go out first. Jiyu Jingze sat down and took a deep breath. He felt a little annoyed. It was the first time that he had waited anxiously for someone to come back. He also felt a little restless. At this moment, the door was pushed open again. Jiyu Jingze stood up again. However, when he looked up, his eyes met Qin Hao's face again. Sir, I forgot. Qin Hao hurriedly handed over the documents. When he was about to say something, he saw Jiyu Jingze's dark face. He felt a chill and hurriedly said, Sir. Jiyu Jingze put his hands on the table and looked at him indifferently. His expression was cold and distant. Qin Hao, since you're so good at the OEM factory, I'll leave the OEM factory in Cambodia to you. You're still on vacation, right? No need. I'll ask the HR department to buy you a plane ticket tomorrow. You can stay in Cambodia while your travel permit is still valid. What did I do wrong this time? Qin Hao exclaimed in his heart. Seeing Qin Hao's fierce expression, Jiyu Jingze pushed the documents on the table to the ground and leaned against the chair. He rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Damn it. Lin Che, come back, in the bar. Lin Che sneezed hard. Shen Yuran looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? No, the smell of smoke is probably too strong. Why do these people love to smoke so much? Who knows? Hey, does your husband not smoke? Not really. His self-control seems to be quite strong. That's true. Otherwise, how could I stay in the same room with you for so long without touching you? Shen Yuran said, You're really something. You actually didn't go up yourself. If I had the resources, I would have gone up a long time ago. Lin Che said, Then go ahead and pounce. I'll give it to you. TSK, I don't live in the same house as him. It's because he's sick that he can't touch women. That's why he probably can't get hard even when he looks at me. No way. Lin Che hadn't thought about this before. Now that he thought about it carefully, It wasn't a problem for him to touch her, and it didn't seem like he had a relapse. However, he still didn't touch her. Lin Che suspected that it was a psychological reason. He didn't know if it was because the thought of touching a woman would cause him to relapse, so he had an obstacle when he saw a woman, and so he didn't feel anything when he saw a woman. Lin Che remembered that he couldn't casually talk about his privacy, so he just smiled and said, "No, I'm just joking." "Oh, I knew it. I think a man like Jiyu Jingzi probably has a lot of women who want to pounce on him. Just hold on to your luck and don't be so resentful." Lin Che rolled his eyes at her and said, "You don't understand. These luck are all fake. Sooner or later, it will become a fleeting cloud." Lin Che sighed and leaned against the wall. When he thought of Jiyu Jingzi, he felt that he should stay away from him. That was the safest way to go. When he got home, it was already 10 o'clock. When he reached the room, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the sofa in the dark room. "You still know to come back." Lin Che was startled. When he saw Jiyu Jingzi slowly stand up, he patted his chest and said, "You scared me to death, didn't you?" Jiyu Jingzi looked at the time and said, "What time is it already? You're finally back. I went out with my friends for too long. Hey, why are you at home?" Now that Mo Hualing was so close to him, shouldn't he be running over to accompany Mo Hualing? After thinking it through, although he still felt uncomfortable facing these problems, he was at ease. Anyway, they were a couple anyway. No matter how they were together, it wouldn't be a problem. Jiyu Jingzi said, "This is my home. Of course I'll be at home if I want to." "Oh, then continue watching TV. I'm going in to change." After saying that, Lin Che walked into the room without looking at Jiyu Jingzi again. Jiyu Jingzi had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only stand there and look at her back, puzzled. This Lin Che was getting colder and colder. After a while, Jiyu Jingzi walked into the room. Lin Che had already changed into her pajamas. Without looking at Jiyu Jingzi, she leaned against the wall and started reading her script. Jiyu Jingzi coughed dryly. Lin Che raised her head and finally glanced at him. But she still lowered her head and continued reading her script. Jiyu Jingzi frowned slightly. He looked down at himself and harumphed before entering the bathroom. He felt that his figure was not bad and his looks were not bad. Although he had neglected exercising recently, his muscles were still intact. He also knew that Lin Che was in the entertainment industry and had probably seen countless handsome men and beautiful women. So did she think that he was already tired of looking at people like him? Lin Che heard the sound of water in the bathroom. She glanced at it and felt that the sound of water had stopped. The next moment, the door was opened and Jiyu Jingzi quickly walked out. His body was still damp, and his hair was still dripping water. His firm, honey-colored skin rose and fell. Usually, when he knew she was in the room, he would appear in a bathrobe or pajamas. However, today, he only had a loose towel wrapped around his lower body and walked out. Lin Che was worried for him with the bath towel wrapped around his body. It was as if he would be completely exposed if he touched it. Fuck, was he crazy? Jiyu Jingzi, why aren't you wearing anything? Lin Che jumped off the bed. Jiyu Jingzi walked over step by step. He looked at Lin Che with an indifferent expression. He looked at her innocently. "What's wrong? It's so hot at home and the bathrobe in the bathroom is still damp. I don't want to wear it. Is there anything wrong with that?" "But you." Lin Che pointed at his lower body. There was a bulge in the middle that made one's imagination run wild. Lin Che looked at it and thought about where it was. Her entire body instantly burned with passion. Feeling that her finger was still pointing there, she hurriedly pulled it back and put it in her mouth to bite it. But she had to say, it looked quite big. Chapter 119. Jiyu Jingzi walked over step by step. He looked at Lin Che with a strange look in his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Che was still staring at a certain part of his body. She snapped out of her daze when he called her name. Her face suddenly turned red from the shock, and the tips of her ears turned red as well. She quickly turned her gaze away and pretended that she was looking in front of her. Her eyes darted around and she cursed herself in her heart. Perverted woman, infatuated woman, did she have any determination? Didn't she say that she wouldn't care about him anymore? Did she think that he was a blockhead? But the scene just now was too beautiful. Most women would find it hard to control themselves when they saw such a sexy man. They would want to stare at him. She could only blame Jiyu Jingza. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? And she just had to meet him. Needless to say, she had to stay in the same room with such a man every day. Also, Jiyu Jingza was too much. Why did he have to run around? He knew that he was a demon, but he didn't know how to think about others. Just then, she heard Jiyu Jingza ask curiously, "Lin Che, what are you looking at?" I'm thinking about tomorrow's movie. I'm going to the audition tomorrow. I'm thinking about how to act, Lin Che said randomly. Oh, Jiyu Jingza replied and walked to her side. He saw that she was avoiding his gaze and that her neck was red. The corners of his lips raised slightly. You should be asking for a lead role now. Do you still need to audition? Of course, we are professionals. We definitely have to try out for a suitable role. As Lin Che spoke, she felt a wave of moisture approaching her. She quickly raised her head and saw Jiyu Jingza walking towards her. She said hurriedly, "Jiyu Jingza, why are you so close to me? Why don't you hurry up and put on your clothes?" Jiyu Jingza chuckled and looked at her playfully. What's wrong? I just took a shower and it's very comfortable. Can't I stretch? After wearing clothes for a day, I need to relax my body and let all the cells in my body breathe in fresh air. You too. Why is it good for the body to sleep naked? It's because it can relax the body and relieve the fatigue of the day. As he spoke, Jiyu Jingza leaned over. Lin Che only felt as if he saw a pair of huge chest muscles pressing against his face, bringing with it a unique masculine scent. His entire person instantly turned into a Spartan. Wow, Jiyu Jingza, what are you doing? Don't come near me. You can't bully me. Get lost. Lin Che grabbed Jiyu Jingza and slapped him. Jiyu Jingza frowned and grabbed Lin Che's arm. He looked at Lin Che and frowned. Lin Che was so frightened that he looked at him in panic. When he raised his eyes, he was extremely angry. Jiyu Jingza glared at her. What are you doing? Lin Che shouted. Why are you still asking me? What are you doing? You can't. I want to take the phone. What do you think I should do? Jiyu Jingza said, reaching out to grab the phone on the bedside table. Lin Che was stunned. He raised his head and saw that he had taken the phone. He glared at her, then leaned against the pillow and started reading. So he wanted to get his phone. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest, but then he looked at Jiyu Jingza resentfully. She blamed him for walking around without any clothes on. Moreover, couldn't he have gone around to get his phone? Why did he have to walk over her? Of course she would misunderstand. Lin Che grabbed the blanket and covered herself with it. She was speechless when she saw Jiyu Jingza lying there naked. Was he an exhibitionist? How could he be naked? Jiyu Jingza, can you put on your clothes? Lin Che wanted to look in that direction, so she could only shout at Jiyu Jingza. Jiyu Jingza raised his head. What's wrong? It's outrageous that you're naked. You're not the only one in this room. Jiyu Jingza looked at her indifferently. I thought you would be used to it. After all, we've been living together for a long time. Used to it, my ass. She would never get used to it. Jiyu Jingza looked at her sitting there hugging her knees angrily. He smiled and leaned over. What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable seeing me? Jiyu Jingza said, don't tell me you have feelings for me after seeing me undressed. Lin Che blushed. She turned around and shouted, who has feelings for you? Jiyu Jingza said, what are you afraid of? I thought we should be used to it since we've lived together for so long. For example, even if you take off your clothes and stand in front of me right now, I won't feel anything. Ha! Lin Che glared at Jiyu Jingza. Jiyu Jingza glanced at her slightly. Try it if you don't believe me. Lin Che blushed again. She moved further away and said to him, move aside. Jiyu Jingza leaned over. It's true. You have to believe me. Of course she would believe him. He was a hooligan and a jerk. I'm going to scream if you come any closer. Scream all you want. People outside will think we're having fun. Jiu Jingzi looked at her scrunched up face and thought it was very interesting. He moved closer. His naked chest was pressed against hers. She looked at his obvious Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He looked really masculine. She quickly pushed him away, but he was naked after all. Her palm pressed against his chest. That touch was really comfortable. But why did he feel that something was amiss? Jiu Jingzi lowered his head to take a look. He felt as if his body was being ironed. He let out a hiss and looked at Lin Che again. His eyes were burning. Lin Che hurriedly wanted to let go, but she felt Jiu Jingzi pressing her hand down. He stared at her face with deep affection. His dark eyes carried a hint of passion, which matched his hard expression from a distance. You, don't move. Jiu Jingzi stopped her protest and frowned. Why are you so close? Lin Che moved away with a red face. Jiu Jingzi's frown deepened. I told you not to move. But he grabbed her hand and moved it down his body. Lin Che touched a certain spot and felt it squirming. She was really shocked and embarrassed. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to pull her hand back. Now you know why you can't move. His voice was hoarse and sexy. Let go of me. The more you move, the more powerful it will be. So, don't move. This woman didn't understand men at all. She still dared to move around. If she continued to move, he would really explode. Chapter 120. How could Lin Che endure it? His face flushed red as he felt his hand come into contact with something hard. It was expanding at a shocking speed, reaching a shocking size. It was really. Lin Che looked at the man in front of her in shock. You. What should we do now? Jiu Jingzi gritted his teeth as he looked at the woman in front of him. How dare she ask him what to do? How would I know? Jiu Jingzi said in a muffled voice. Lin Che was about to cry. You don't know, and I don't know either. It's yours, not mine. Jiu Jingzi was looking down at her. She quickly turned her face away, pretending not to see his desperate expression. Jiu Jingzi curled his lips and slowly moved closer to her ear. He looked at her exquisite earlobe and couldn't help but kiss it gently. Lin Che's whole body trembled. She felt an electric current surging through her body from his lips. Jiu Jingzi's voice was too close. It was as if it came from his body. Although it's mine, it doesn't listen to me now. It listens to you more. What do you think we should do? Lin Che swallowed. She felt that her breathing was completely drowned in his gaze. She couldn't even breathe. But, can you help me touch it to comfort me? But, what else can I do? Jiu Jingzi grabbed her and pressed her hand against his. Lin Che could only rub against his hand through the bath towel. She felt the man's body tense up. She felt so shy that she was going to die. Could he tell her what the hell was going on? Although it was just a touch, it was already a great torture for Jiu Jingzi. He couldn't suppress the swelling in his heart. He felt that the self-control he had always been proud of was about to completely collapse. No, not at all. He just wanted more. He couldn't wait to press the woman in front of him down and eat her up. But he couldn't. Just as he was about to collapse, he steeled his heart, closed his eyes, got up, and jumped off the bed. Lin Che was shocked. She thought she had done something wrong. Did I hurt you? I didn't do anything. Lin Che covered his cheeks and watched Jiu Jingzi walk into the bathroom. She then remembered that her hand had indirectly touched a certain part of his body. She hurriedly spat and let go of her hand. Looking at her own hand, she felt that she couldn't look at it directly. This damned Jiu Jingzi, what the hell is he doing? Jiu Jingzi went into the bathroom and turned on the cold water. He stepped into the cold world, but he didn't feel any better. When he heard the woman outside screaming, he cursed even louder. Yes, he couldn't do anything. That was why it was even worse. After staying in the bathroom for a long time, he walked out. Seeing that Lin Che hurriedly stood up, she glared at her and said, "All right, don't move. Go to sleep. If outsiders were to find out about such a shameful thing, they would probably laugh at him to death. But the sad thing was that such a thing happened to him. Lin Che saw that Jiyu Jingzi seemed to have recovered a lot. Although he was wet all over, his desire seemed to have subsided a lot. She thought that something was wrong. Did he recover after staying in the bathroom for half an hour? However, she had never eaten pork before and had never seen a pig run. After a while, she suddenly thought of something. Did Jiyu Jingzi run into the bathroom and do it to himself? Did he do it himself? Lin Che almost burst out laughing. Beside her, she felt Jiyu Jingzi's face darken, as heavy as marble. Lin Che hurriedly suppressed her laughter. Sitting there, she covered herself with the blanket and turned her head away. Go to sleep. Jiyu Jingzi glared at her and lay down. His body was still a little uncomfortable, and the person beside him was still breathing so strongly. What made him even more depressed was that his body, which he had clearly done with just now, was stirring again. Sighing, Jiyu Jingzi turned his body over. Lin Che was depressed. Previously, she had thought that Jiyu Jingzi might have had a problem with women, which was why they had been able to coexist peacefully for so long. Now that she thought about it, that wasn't actually the case. Just now, he looked quite healthy. But why was he still so repressed? Maybe it was because he was abiding by his promise and knew that he couldn't touch her casually, so he was restraining himself. Lin Che thought that maybe men weren't like women, who could control their bodies so well. She was like this, and when she saw a handsome guy, she would be aroused. But men were definitely biologically expressive. It seemed that Jiyu Jingzi was actually very sad. Thinking of this, Lin Che couldn't help but smile. She turned her head and saw that Jiyu Jingzi was no longer moving. She said, Jiyu Jingzi, are you asleep? Yeah, Jiyu Jingzi said gloomily. Lin Che was speechless. You can still talk when you're asleep. Can't I sleepwalk? It seemed that he was still sulking. Lin Che didn't know how scary a man with unsatisfied desires could be. She smiled and said, is it very uncomfortable? He still dared to ask. What, say, you? Lin Che seemed to hear Jiyu Jingzi gritting his teeth. Lin Che could only quickly say, I'm sorry. How about we sleep separately next time? No need, Jiyu Jingzi said. Lin Che smiled. After a moment of silence, she said, thank you for enduring so much pain and suffering. Although this was also a promise, it was a very moral thing to fulfill one's promise. Jiyu Jingzi sulked for a while. If you say another word, I'll regret it. Lin Che quickly shut her mouth. She hugged the blanket and turned her back to him, feeling very safe. However, she suddenly had an inexplicable thought that perhaps all her luck in this lifetime had been spent on him. Maybe she was really lucky to be able to meet him. If they really divorced in the future, then she might never meet such an outstanding man like him again. After all, how many Jiyu Jingzis were there in the world? The next day, Lin Che woke up and went out with Jiyu Jingzi. I have to go to work. Okay, I'll send you there, Jiyu Jingzi said. Just as he reached the door, he saw Mo Hualing running towards him. Jingzi, where are you going? What a coincidence. I'm going to the office. Can you take me with you? Lin Che's face darkened. Jiyu Jingzi couldn't help but frown. For a moment, he forgot that she had moved next to him. It was too close and she could reach him in a few steps. Chapter 121. Seeing that Lin Che was with Jiyu Jingzi, Mo Hualing ignored Lin Che and grabbed Jiyu Jingzi's arm. She said coyly, Jingzi, why didn't you go over yesterday? It's only a few steps away from my house. You can come over often. Jiyu Jingzi glanced at Lin Che and pushed Mo Hualing's hand away without batting an eyelid. However, Mo Hualing refused to let go of him. When she saw that Lin Che had turned away, she looked even more pleased with herself. Lin Che secretly rolled his eyes and said, then, you guys go ahead. I'll take the other car. Hey, Lin Che. Jiyu Jingzi called out, but Lin Che had already gone to the other side without looking back. Mo Hualing pulled Jiyu Jingzi over. All right, Jingzi, it's fine if she leaves. There are so many cars anyway. Jiyu Jingza stopped and looked at Mo Hualing. It wasn't a good idea for her to stay here and cause trouble. He thought that he had to solve this problem first. Thus, he nodded and said, "Get in the car. I have something to say to you too." Seeing that Jiyu Jingza had turned around and got in the car, Mo Hualing followed him happily. Soon, they were in the car. Mo Hualing was almost leaning against Jiyu Jingza. Jiyu Jingza looked at Mo Hualing and moved away from her. He said to her, "Hualing, I've already told you that I'm married now. My relationship with you can't be the same as before." Mo Hualing pouted and looked at Jiyu Jingza. "But the person you love isn't your wife. The person you love is me. Hualing, she's my wife. How can you say that about her? You, Jingza, you wouldn't have said that to me in the past. You wouldn't have said that to me in the past either." Mo Hualing looked at him aggrievedly. Jiyu Jingza looked at Mo Hualing seriously. "You wouldn't have been so unreasonable in the past either." Mo Hualing rolled her eyes. She knew that Jiyu Jingza was a stubborn person. She quickly shut her mouth and bit her lower lip. She sat there and looked at Jiyu Jingza, thinking about what she should do. She wasn't like this in the past. There had never been a Lin Che in the past. In the past, Jiyu Jingza would never have anything to do with any woman. Although he was busy with work and could only see her a few times a week, she didn't think it was wrong for him to be busy with work. That was what a man should be like. As long as he gave her some time outside of work, it would be fine. But now, Lin Che and Jiyu Jingza were living together. Mo Hualing felt that Jiyu Jingza had a lot of time. Otherwise, how could he be with Lin Che every day? In the past, she had been too considerate of Jiyu Jingza, so she had never pestered him. However, Lin Che was simply a scheming bitch, a disgusting little bitch. She must have pestered Jiyu Jingza every day, so that the two of them would always be together. That was why Mo Hualing came to pester Jiyu Jingza. "Jingza, I'm afraid of losing you. That's why I'm like this. Huiling, why don't you wake up? We're no longer boyfriend and girlfriend. You're just a friend that I care about. You can't pester me like this anymore." Mo Hualing looked up in surprise. "But didn't I say that I'll wait for you? After you divorce her, we'll be boyfriend and girlfriend again. I can't force you to say that you don't want to wait for me, but I've already said what I need to say. If you keep mistreating yourself like this, I can't say anything else. I can only say." He looked at Mo Hualing. "I won't betray my marriage. So, I can't be so close to you. Hualing, move away. Don't do this anymore." Mo Hualing looked at Jiyu Jingza in tears. "No, I won't move away. Jingza, you can't force me to move away. You can't force me not to wait for you. This is my place. Why should I move away? I bought it and live here. The environment here is good and the location is good. I spent tens of millions to buy this place. Why can't I live here anymore?" Jiyu Jingza looked at her indifferently. "If you want to be like this, it's up to you." Mo Hualing sat there angrily. She was determined that she wouldn't move away no matter what. She would stay here even if she had to. She had to watch over Jiyu Jingza. Otherwise, even if she knew that nothing would happen between Jiyu Jingza and Lin Che, what if that little bitch seduced Jiyu Jingza in some way? When they arrived at the office, they separated. Jiyu Jingza watched Mo Hualing leave and said to the person beside him, "Do you know the situation in the villa that Hualing lives in?" "Yes, sir. It seems that she won't move away on her own. Think of a way to make her move away." Yes, Jiyu Jingza didn't want to make things so clear to Mo Hualing. Mo Hualing was a petty person and he wanted to save her some face. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take it since she had never been wronged since she was young. But Mo Hualing kept pretending that she didn't understand what he said. He had no choice but to make things clear to her. He didn't expect that Mo Hualing would be so stubborn and still refuse to move away. When Jiyu Jingza arrived at the office, he thought for a moment and called Lin Che. Lin Che quickly picked up the phone. Lin Che, who had just arrived at the office, sounded normal. "Why are you here so soon? I thought you wanted to go out with Miss Mo." "Lin Che, she'll move away soon. I won't let her disturb me all the time." Lin Che paused and said, "Why would she move away? Isn't it good?" Gu Jingzi said, "You really think it's good?" "Of course. Isn't it more convenient for you?" Lin Che said as he blew on his nails. Gu Jingzi took a deep breath and said, "But it won't be convenient for the two of us." "What?" Lin Che thought he didn't hear him clearly. Gu Jingzi said, "I won't betray our marriage. So, I won't maintain the relationship with her like before. She'll move away soon." With that, Gu Jingzi put down the phone. Lin Che was still in a daze and didn't understand. He just held the phone and looked at it. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and hit himself on the head. Lin Che meant that he wouldn't betray his marriage. He was such an upright person. He just didn't want to be the one who cheated in his marriage. There was no other meaning. Lin Che quickly walked into the office. Yu Minmin walked up to him and said, "Just in time. The car from the show is here. Are you ready for the reality show you're going to participate in today?" Lin Che smiled at Yu Minmin. "Yes, I'm ready." Yu Minmin said, "Don't be too nervous. Just be yourself." "Oh yeah, who are the guests for this episode?" Lin Che remembered what Gu Jingyu said the other day. Yu Minmin said, "I heard that one of your old friends knows you." "Huh? Really? Who is it?" "I don't know anyone in the industry. You'll know when the time comes." "The show didn't inform you. They only said that it's the theme of the rising star." Chapter 122. Lin Che got into the car and soon arrived at the set. The director saw that Lin Che had arrived and personally came to welcome him. He was very polite to Lin Che, and Yu Minute went to make arrangements while Lin Che went through the script with the director. The script described the activities that they would be preparing for that day. Soon, someone called out from behind, "Lin Che, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Lin Che turned around and saw that it was Wang Qingchu, who had previously competed with him for the newcomer award. Lin Che laughed dryly as he watched her approach with 5 or 6 assistants behind her. She looked very imposing. "I told the director that an old friend of mine is here. When the time comes, we must take care of each other. We can't let these old foxes from the production team steal the show." So the old friend was her. Lin Che smiled bluntly. "How could that be? I think the production team is very friendly. Everyone is just here to have fun. There's no need to steal the show." Wang Qingchu looked at him and an unnatural smile appeared on her face. It wasn't easy for her to participate in such a popular show. How could she come here to have fun? Anyway, she was prepared to come here to have a good time. This time, she must outshine everyone else. Seeing that Lin Che was putting on airs here, Wang Qingchu originally wanted to ask him to work with her, but it seemed like that wouldn't be possible. Luckily, she wasn't alone. At this moment, another actor arrived. "Director, I'm here. Sorry, there was a traffic jam. I hope I'm not late." When they heard the voice, they turned around and saw that it was another new starlet. Her name was Qin Wanwan, and she became popular after acting in a modern workplace drama. She had acted in many supporting roles before, so Lin Che knew who she was. However, this was the first time the two of them had interacted. The two of them shook hands and greeted each other. "Lin Che, I've watched your drama a long time ago. It's very good. I've been chasing after it. Yours too. It's so popular." The two of them spoke politely. Behind them, Wang Qingchu also hurried over to greet them. Just like what she said to Lin Che, she also wanted Qin Wanwan to work with her. However, Qin Wanwan only smiled awkwardly and turned to talk to Lin Che again. "I'm so nervous this time. It's my first time participating." "It's my first time too," Lin Che said. She said, "Anyway, just be yourself. Even if your first time isn't outstanding, it's still an experience." Yeah. In a while, they were really going to start filming. All the staff members were ready. The 3 little actresses each had their own strengths. This reality show started with a game. The segment where everyone played the game together was very interesting and challenging. Lin Che actually didn't know how to do it and felt a little speechless. He couldn't quite keep up with the pace of the show. However, although Qin Wanwan said she was very nervous, she did it rather well and cooperated well with the hosts. She also knew how to find humor. It could be seen that she was the one who stole the limelight, but compared to her, Lin Che was much dumber. Qin Wanwan did it herself and even came to help Lin Che, so Lin Che was very grateful towards her. Wang Chuqing, on the other hand, was really annoying. She exclaimed one moment and made trouble the next. She did nothing wrong. She even rubbed herself against the most famous actor, which made people very speechless. She really stole the limelight, but it also made everyone present very annoyed. During the break, they sat in the car. The reality show's big brother was in the same group as Lin Che. He was driving in front and looked at Lin Che with a smile. "You look like you haven't woken up yet. The dark circles under your eyes are still there." Lin Che said speechlessly, "I didn't sleep the whole night knowing that I'm participating in the show. If I get eliminated early in a while, my manager will kill me. How much money did I spend on the show? Ha 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 ha, okay, we'll protect you later. We won't let you get eliminated early." "Really? Thank you so much. If I win, I'll give you all the show fees for this episode." "Haha, you said it. Really, really." Lin Che still didn't do much after that. He could only follow behind and make his presence known. In the end, he didn't care anymore. He was too lazy to do anything and sat there in a daze. He didn't even know that his makeup was ruined. Qin Wanwan saw him sitting there dejectedly and specially came over to comfort Lin Che. "Why aren't you going over? What are you sitting here for?" Lin Che said, "I can't even get a word in. It's quite fun watching you guys play. You're not bad at acting, but you don't know how to find opportunities for yourself." Lin Che said embarrassedly, "Yeah, I don't really know how to do these things." Qin Wanwan said, "Look, Wang Qingchu is so excited." Lin Che looked at Wang Qingchu, who was still jumping around and trying to make her presence known. "This also depends on talent. I don't think I have any talent in this area, so I can only focus on acting." Qin Wanwan could only look at her comfortingly. "All right, poor girl." Their filming lasted for 2 days. After finishing a day of filming, Lin Che boarded the plane and rushed to another location with everyone else. On the plane, Yu Minmin followed behind. The guests were all sitting in first class while the staff were still in economy class. Yu Minmin came over to give Lin Che some water. Seeing her lazy look, he was speechless and said, "You don't have to worry too much." Lin Che leaned back in his seat and said to Yu Minmin, "They both have their own strengths. I think in the end, I'll be the one with the least highlights." Yu Minmin said, "Let's speak for ourselves with our work. A reality show is just icing on the cake. It won't affect you too much." Hearing Yu Minmin say this, Lin Che only said embarrassedly, "I just feel a little ashamed that you guys gave me such a good show." Yu Minmin said, "That's even more unnecessary. Don't worry, there will be more shows like this in the future. As long as you're popular, people will be looking forward to you joining them. Besides, your performance wasn't that bad. All right, don't worry anymore. Your face will be as swollen as bread tomorrow. Go to bed and don't drink too much water. We still have to film tomorrow morning." Although she said that, Lin Che still went back in a bad mood and drank quite a lot in the hotel. At night, Jiyu Jingza called and asked Lin Che, "How many days will the filming take?" Lin Che answered the phone in a low mood. "There's still one more day tomorrow. It depends on the filming. If it's not good, it might take another day." Jiyu Jingza could tell that something was wrong with her. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Lin Che sighed. She felt that there was nothing wrong with saying this to Jiyu Jingza. "Yeah, I think I didn't perform well. You always say that I'm stupid. Tell me, am I really stupid? That's why I don't know how to find the camera myself." Jiyu Jingza heard this and laughed. He said to her, "That's true. You're really stupid." Hey, how could he comfort someone like that? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.